2, 1.
Saving the day.
Can't believe it! Look at this!
Welcome, everybody. It is time for the August OCC. I am your host, Christo. I am joined by Spooz, by Cornguy, by Bubbles, and Thanatron is hanging around somewhere, twiddling his thumbs, waiting for the main event to start. This is the pre-show where we're going to walk you through all the players, all the decks, so you are ready to go to find out who's going to take home the lion's share of our $1,500 prize pool. Before we get going, though, I have a quick question for you, Bubbles. You're dressed very spiffy today. You got a nice little lapel pin going on there. What's that little tank all about?
It's a little Tiger One. I recently started, or I am starting my own little business selling pins. So we're going to be selling Tiger One pins. I'm sure I will post them all over the Cards Discord when they're up for sale. But thank you for asking about them.
Very cool. Well, while Bubbles is trying to make himself a couple bucks, let's look at the players who are going to be competing here for that big old prize pool. We're going to have, as always, 8 players here competing in a 2 spotlight quarterfinals. We'll go ahead and bring up the bracket to walk through all of that eventually when Mark presses the buttons. There we go. We've got the bracket here. We've got Tang taking on Henry in our first quarterfinal. We got Morphling versus Spoker. 66 better taking on No in 5 enough, going up against Time Traveler. So we're going to see Tang versus Henry and 66 better versus Noan as our 2 feature quarterfinals. Then we'll jump into the semis and get you to those finals. The finals will be going on without any bans, but we're going to be having 1 ban as we move through these quarters and the semis. So let's jump into our first decks here. We're gonna have Bubbles break it all down as we take a look at Tang and Henry. We'll look at their player profiles as well as the decks that they are bringing here today. So let's go ahead and bring up our first competitor here, Tang.
So yeah,
So
Tang
320
is...
matches.
Oh, sorry,
Go ahead, Bubbles. All you.
Tang is one of the veterans of the game. We've seen them around for a long time. They've had long competitive success repeatedly over and over again. And we see here a season finish of first with a win rate of 77%. So very strong win rate. Obviously, winning the season is very solid. This does mean they didn't have to play through qualifiers, so we may see something different in Tang's decks compared to 6 of our other players here who had to play through the qualifiers. And Tang's opponent will be Henry. So let's take a quick look at Henry's card. So let's take a look at Tang's decks, and then we'll take a look at Henry's card. So Tang is bringing a US deck, a Britain deck, and a German deck. But we have USA in all 3 of these decks. So USA being the nation of choice here for Tang. This first deck is a USA Britain ramp deck. Now, it doesn't have a huge amount of ramp, mainly relying on a couple war bonds and some war machines. It's not one of these hyper ramp decks we have seen in the past. It's much more of a sort of mid-range ramp deck, with the payoffs mainly being things like P51 and this 121st Infantry Regiment, but not any of these B-17s or anything like this. We do have the production order and the US military research, which give us some nice payoffs as well. We do also see, you'll notice, the 3.7 AA gun in this deck. This pins all enemy air units on deployment, which is a very interesting effect, very interesting card. We've not seen this have any real competitive success in the past, but we see Tang bringing 3 of them. This gives you a lot of respite against Brit Air, a lot of space to breathe, but then it also gives you a nice out against other ramp decks. They put down this production order bomber, they're threatening lethal. You can just respond with an AA gun, pin it, and buy yourself a huge amount of time. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that pans out for Tang today. We then have a Brit-US deck, almost the same deck, but reverse nations. We once again see the AA guns in here. We do see things like Wrath, Lightning, and Sexton for that powerful mid-game. We do also see a Halifax in here, just give us some slightly better payoff in the late game, as well as 2 ASW patrols, so that we can afford to use those. We then see a Germany-US deck. This is a bit more of a mid-range deck. We don't see as much ramp in these, just the 3 war machines to help us through that mid-game and keep up against ramp decks. But we do see cards like Sky Barons and Schwable in here, so we still see Tang Tang thinking about air. Air is clearly what is on Tang Tang's mind, and Tang Tang has prepared for air. We take a look at Henry now. We see Henry has been in quite a few OCCs as well at this point, so no newcomer. Finished 11th, so had to play through the qualifiers with a 59% win rate. And then we see Phony War being the favorite card, a very interesting choice. And if we take a look at Henry's decks, we'll see if that choice is reflected in their decks today. Now we see a lot of France, a lot of blue, so we are seeing that Phony War here. We have a Japan-France deck, which is a little bit more of an anti-aggro deck. We've got things like To the Last Man in here and Tora Tora Tora. So you're going to try and slow down these aggressive starts. And then in the mid to late game, you're going to beat down your opponent with these big fighters. We do see the Tojo in here, which is a great way of getting rid of enemy bombers. Your opponent can play around this by holding back production order, keeping it as an order and not turning it into a bomber until they've seen the Tojo or until they're playing it straight from hand. So there is some ways of playing around this, but it is something Henry's opponents will need to take into consideration. We then see a Brit-France, more of a mill-style deck. We see AA Barrage in here, able to deal with these buffed-up bombers and things from Brit Air very, very easily. But interestingly, a lot of tech for Brit Air, but both these players' British decks are not Brit Air. So we may see a huge amount of tech for Brit Air without as much Brit Air in the tournament as most players were maybe expecting. And then this last deck, once again, France ally. We see USA France. This is a little bit more of a tried and tested thing in recent years than the Brit France. Brit France was very popular back in the day, but sort of fell out of favor. And US France, we've seen people trying it still, trying to get good tempo out of these French cards. And something I'd like to draw attention to is in the Japan and Britain deck, we have the 5e Chasseurs. These are really, really good at dealing with big units. They can bring bombers to the front line and trade with them. They can move friendly units to the front line. This is a really powerful mid-game card. But then in the US deck, we don't see this. Instead, we see the blue and gray and the P51B as these are just really, really powerful mid-game tools. So interesting lineup here. It's going to be difficult to ban into Henry because of these 3 French decks. And it's going to be interesting to see how they pan out for us.
Right on, Bubbles. Thank you so much. Let's get into our second quarterfinal matchup here. We're going to take a look at Morphling taking on Spoker. But you know what, Bubbles? We got a good thing going for us right here. Why don't we just continue on with you as we dive into Morphling's player card and then take a look at their decks. So let's take a peek at what we got coming here in the second quarterfinal.
Yeah, Morphling. We've seen Morphling a couple times as well. Finished 8th with a nice 71% win rate, a very strong win rate. Favorite card, Yag Bomber, but most played nation is Britain, so I expect that was a large amount of Brit Air on the leaderboard. And let's see what Morphling has brought for us today in the tournament. Now we see a Brit-Soviet Air deck. Brit-Soviet Air wasn't very popular for a long time, but in recent times it's really pushed its way in to be part of the meta, with things like Claim the Skies being really quite a powerful card. You can buff up one of your air units as well as trading with an enemy unit at the same time. So it sort of gives you removal and buff in one, which is really, really powerful. It also means you can remove multiple units on one turn because you can Claim the Skies, trade, and then trade as well with the unit itself. So a very powerful card. Something to look out for is Claim the Skies plus Spitfire can turn into a ridiculous amount of damage very quickly, especially when backed up with this one-off Patriotic Firestorm we see here from Morphling. So the first Brit Air deck we see today. We then have a USA Brit Ramp deck. We do see the Albacore in here. Albacore has been pretty popular lately. We see that reflected in the decks today. It just gives you a really nice way of fighting for the board in the early game. as well as a nice way of pinning these big threats in the late game. And then we see probably the most interesting deck from Morphling here. This is a Germany-France sort of mid-range deck. We do see the Maelstrom and the Leopold for the late game with the Comet for the beatdown, but then we also have a good amount of early game with things like the 96th Infantry Regiment and the Spooz is going to hate me here. The Afflickering, I'm not sure how it's pronounced, but it's the 2K countermeasure producer. So you have a strong early game and a strong late game. You just have to not get beaten down by a ramp deck in the mid game. So yeah, these are Morphling decks. It'll be interesting to see whether Brit Air gets targeted here in bans or whether every player has brought so many counters to Brit Air that it just gets let through and maybe the ramp or the German deck get banned.
Thank you so much, Bubbles. Speaking of Spooz, let's go ahead and have Spooz take a look at Spoker, who is going to be Morphling's opponent in the second quarterfinals. Spooz, what do we know about Spoker?
So Spoker definitely loves Exploit the Gap, a card that yeah, it's not played at all at the moment, but I really like the mechanic. But yeah, Spoker, a really well-known player in the competitive scene, finished 29th. Fought himself through the qualifier, and yeah, is here today to compete against the other players that are taking part today. Also bringing some pretty interesting decks. First of all, we have another US-France kind of ramp deck. Has some war bonds in there, some war machines, and yeah, stuff like Compromise and Call to Colonies are really versatile in just giving you draw and also giving you healing, maybe mill your opponent a little bit. So some really exciting cards. Honor and Loyalty, a really cheap, good removal that can remove big threats. The only downside is it only also gives your opponent draw, but that can, as I said, be helpful when your opponent just maybe overdraws or getting low on cards left in the deck and then maybe starting to get fatigue damage. So really interesting ramp deck that we see here. And yeah, as I said, it's really versatile, offers you a lot of healing that you usually struggle to have when you play ramp and you fall behind a little bit in the early game, but this can give you some really good comeback potential. Second up, we have Brit Poland Air, a deck that was really popular in the last OCC. I think No 1 5 won with it, so people just jump on the train and bring it here today, and Spoker is one of them. Hammer Home, a really strong card that if you can get it down early on, it can be really devastating for your opponent. Really high tempo deck. It has a really low curve, and if you can get your perfect opening sequence, it's almost unstoppable. And the last deck we have here is a really interesting Soviet-US covert deck. The only player that is bringing the covert archetype has some of the really strong covert cards from US and Soviet combined in one deck. 3 deuces in the deck to get those covert cards on turn 2 in best case, and then you just snowball from there on. Hope your opponent is not running any bombers and artillery, and then you just out tempo your opponent with those units that just keep growing or give you strong tanks while they are covered, and then you just reveal them and hope your opponent is not having answers to that.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Spooz. Don't go anywhere. Let's go ahead and dive into our third quarterfinal. We're going to have 66 Better taking on No 1 5. Spooz, we'll continue on with you and have you take a look at 66 player card and then their deck list to get us ready here for the August OCC.
Sure. So 66 Better, another really well-known player in the competitive scene, finished second right after Tang, so directly qualified to be here today. Favorite card is Close Air Support, and as we might see soon, still not bringing Brit Air today. But 66 Better is the only player, as we might look at the deck list, that brings Tension Rising, Japan, Germany, Jaggro here. I think this might be one of the OCCs where we have the least amount of Jaggro decks. Usually 2 or 3 players at least bring it, but 66 Better is the only one who brings Jaggro here today. Really well-known deck. I think we don't need to dive too deep into that. So let's continue with the German US midrange deck. This might be the most popular deck today. So we have 4 times War Machine to just get you sooner into the mid game, where this deck is really strong. It just enables you a turn 3 Devil's Brigade if you find your War Machine early on, and then you just have all these really strong control tools that Germany offers. This has double Annihilation, a really good removal tool to get rid of. It doesn't matter about the size of the unit that is played, it's only about the cost, and then this also just discards a card from your opponent. We have the Leopold, we have stuff like the Hipper in it, so some really strong tools and a really versatile deck, really annoying to play against, and one of the decks to beat today, I guess. And then the third deck from 6/6 Better is US Britain Ramp, another really popular archetype today here. We have stuff like the MI5 from Britain there, really strong control card. It just gives you a good card advantage when you play it. Then 4 times Glamour Boys. So 6/6 Better going another route here than Spoker just did, with France as an ally, where you have stuff like Compromise to offer healing. Here you have stuff like the Glamour Boys that can guard your HQ plus offer you healing. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting decision here, whether you want to go France or you want to go Britain. Britain's a little bit more solid, and you have stuff like Albacore in it that can help you a lot in the early game to slow down your opponent's progress. It's good with good against aggro decks or Jaggro in specific, because with the 1 ping damage you can take out a unit plus you have a bomber on board. So really good deck, and yeah, that's the decks from 6/6 Better.
We'll see which ally reigns supreme here in the next little while, but let's take a peek at 66's opponent, No. 5 here, Spooz.
Yeah, No. 5, as I just mentioned, won last OCC and finished 3rd last season, so he just barely barely made it directly into the OCC, but as the other players, he had to fight through the qualifiers. Did it, and is here today to maybe get a back-to-back win in OCC, and I think it definitely has the potential. So let's take a look at the decks and see what No is bringing here today. Yeah, we just have 2 of the 3 decks are decks that he already brought last season or last month OCC. We have the Japan-Poland Legion deck. If anybody can operate legions on high level, it's known. He made that archetype very popular back in the days when he played US Poland legions on top tier level. So he's definitely one of the best legions player in the game, and I'm definitely sure he knows how to pilot this. You just have all these strong legions card in it, like Tano Regiment and then the Karash, to just snowball with those legions generation and buff them up to infinite. But also you have the really strong control tools that Japan is offering, and Punish is a really good tool to also get a little bit more benefit from intel. So if this hits, a really important card can single-handedly you win a game alone. Stretch the Line is a really new tool that we got with the expansions for Legion. So a really cool deck, and really annoying to play against because it has so much versatility and so much stuff that it can do and generate over time. So even if your opponent if with this deck you are left with 2 cards in your hand, it can generate so much draw and board presence in just nothing. It's really frightening to play against. And then we have one of the winners of last OCC here, Brit Soviet Air. As we saw others playing, other players also seeing that this is a really strong archetype, jumping onto the train and also bringing it. And I think No is one of the players that made this archetype very popular. So he's just sticking to this deck. It performed pretty well last season, so why not stick to this winning deck? And then we have as the 3rd deck another German US mid-range deck. Looks a little bit different than what we saw earlier. No one also picking ASW Control Petrol, not control. Not playing Leopold here, but Panzer IV and also Blitzkrieg. Putting in double rice bank. Yeah, really. I think Chinese players overall really love rice bank because it offers you a lot of tools to get stuff that is usually expensive down very, very early, like the where is it? Is he not running it? Okay. But I was just wondering, Bubbles earlier mentioned the Aufklärung. I did not even understand what he was meaning to say. So Aufklärung, the 15th Aufklärung is a really good tool to give you countermeasures, which is really, really helpful in an open deck list, because usually your opponent knows what deck list, what countermeasures you have in your deck. But not with the Aufklärung, because it gives you a random countermeasure. So your opponent is kind of, he has to take more into consideration and think what countermeasure you might have got there. So really interesting card in an open decklist format, because it might just play with your opponent's mind. And now I found what I was looking for. Blitz Doctrine, still costing 1 credit here. It just got nerfed to 2 credits, so I was wondering why there's no Blitz Doctrine. So Blitz Doctrine is a really good card in synergy with the Rice Bank, because with and played Rice Bank, you can just go to the Contest Doctrine the next turn and directly get your tanks buffed whenever you deploy them. Plus you get 2 tanks over time with Blitz Doctrine into Contest Doctrine. So a really good synergy and really great with ramp overall in this mid-range deck, and we might see how no one performs today with those 3 decks.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Spooz. Really, really curious to see how some of this air versus anti-air is going to play out. But we have one more set of players to take a peek through. Corn, we have not forgot about you. Let's go ahead and bring up our first competitor here in the final quarterfinal. We've got Nuff taking on Time Traveler.
So we see Nuff here with the Hornacy, favorite card. Definitely fun card to see how much damage you can do to your opponent. Speaking of damage, we got 1,322 total matches. That's a lot of damage being done over the entire month. Looking at a 68 win% win rate, finishing 31st, playing the way through the OCC quals, and we find ourselves here with Nuff. Let's go ahead and take a look at Nuff's deck list. So the first one, relatively standard frontline list. Nothing too surprising. There is the nerfed 20 Panzer Grenadier for 5 credits, still worth running. Another thing to note is going to be the Stars and Stripes and strategic bombing, definitely looking to target some of the air that we have not seen as much of, and then always interesting to see what people run in frontline in terms of the 3K tanks. So we see the 2 M10s and 2 half tracks, trying to stay flexible with the retreat or the suppress mechanics. And also 1 duress to add another suppress option. But yeah, pretty standard frontline, looking to get board control and then finish them off with Blitzkrieg. Now moving over to this Brit ramp list. It looks relatively top heavy. There are not too many options to be played in the early game in terms of units or even early guards. It's really relying on the War Machine on curve in order to get to the guards, the Glamour Boys, and the Canadian division. Guard I haven't seen as often, but I'd love to see it coming out. And there is 1 Halifax in order to synergize with the bombers that you can get from the production order. You can do a lot of damage on a turn once you have enough credits to play the Halifax, to play the Blitz Bomber, and then attack with the Blitz Bomber. So yeah, definitely interested to see this Brit ramp. It doesn't necessarily seem as if it's teched specifically for Brit Air. There is 1 Lightning, but definitely will be interested to see this one. And then the third deck that Nuff has brought is going to be of the flavor of the German US mid-range decks that we have seen. It's a little bit different. There are no annihilations. There are no blitz doctrines is what I was trying to highlight. There's no blitz doctrines here. It's just looking to ramp with the early game war machines or with a Reichsbank. You have some ASW patrols as well. And then there are 3 Falkwolves in here. Strong fighter, cannot be annihilated, I suppose. So it definitely looks like it's staying flexible, not going all in against air, but it's still strong against it if it does come up against it. Interesting to see how it will play against the other decks with its fine-tuned selections and no blitz doctrine. So that's it for Nuff's decks.
Let's take a look then at Nuff's opponent to find out exactly what that matchup will look like and see how Nuff's decks will perform up against Time Traveler. Corn, what do we know about Time Traveler?
Time Traveler coming out here with the Blitzkrieg favorite card definitely is a very strong card. 664 matches, coming in at a 71% win rate, puts him at 17th on the month, and that's about half as many matches as his first round opponent, thereabout. Let's go ahead and see what decks he's brought to this quarterfinal. So coming in right away, we have the Japan-Polish Legions list. That list looking to get the board control and maintain it while it is snowballing, whether slow or fast, as long as you have the board. There's not as many comeback mechanics here on the Polish side in terms of uprisings or anything. It looks relatively similar to the other Japan-Polish Legions deck that we have seen. Definitely trying to get some early board presence, use the expansions to get the draw, and then snowball the legions. So, yep, moving over to the Germany US list. This one does have Blitz Doctrine. Slightly different. We got one Sudden Strike, very strong card in this meta where we're seeing a lot of 2-drops. Only one though, as there is a decent amount of chance that you'll be seeing some ramp lists, so it may be less effective against it. We got 2 Reichsbanks in there, trying to get a real strong lead early if you can get that on curve, and then use your credits to your advantage. No ASW patrols, looks more just trying to get the war machines, the war bonds, Reichsbanks, and says that is enough free credits for me to deal my damage. One Enigma for some draw, staying flexible with that. And it looks, it's definitely not as top heavy. It's definitely more aggressive to mid rangey, and with not as much top on the top. However, there is a Blitz Doctrine and Bomber Mafia. We love the develop to get some potentially game-winning cards, not necessarily just run straight in the list. And then moving over to the last deck, we do see a US-Britain ramp list, trying to get the war machines, the credits, and then turning those into your guards, and then turning those into your bombers to win in the end. We have seen a lot of P-51, definitely a big fighter to block the enemy blitz bombers with some powerful effects, and I would love to see how Time Traveler can use P51 in this matchup.
Right on, Corn Guy. Thank you so much for breaking that down, friends. Now that we have seen all the decks, we've seen all the competitors. I know this is everybody's favorite time of the show. We got some predictions. Bubbles, let's start with you. Who do you feel like might just take this whole thing here in August?
I think if Tang can get the AA guns working for him, then it's going to be Tang. If not, then I think I got to go with No and 5. He's proved himself over and over again. I think he's probably the strongest competitor.
Feels like a safe choice there, Bubbles. What do you think, Spooz? You're smiling. Is everybody going the safe route here and just thinks no one might take it down for a back-to-back?
Yeah, I was predicting finals of Tang and no one, but I think since Bubbles, spoke about both of those, I think I go with 6-6 better to win today's event.
Right on, Spooz. All right, Corn Guy. Last but not least, who are you thinking here?
It's not even close. 6-6 better is taking this down. Out of the gates hot. It's his tournament. I'm just sorry, everyone else who showed up today.
love the confidence, Corn Guy. Thank you, a big thank you to all three of you for walking through all those decks. So we're all ready to go for the main event. That is going live in just a few moments. We will see you then.
2, 1.
Saving the day.
Can't believe it! Look at this!
Welcome, everybody. It is time for the August OCC. I am your host, Christo. I am joined by the spiffy-looking Bubbles, the dapper, as always, Spooz. We've got Thanatron, who is currently microwaving his tea. Feel free to judge as you wish. And Cornguy doing Cornguy things. They will be around for our second feature quarterfinal. Bubbles just shaking your head in disapproval of the microwave tea.
You let tea go cold. The right thing to do is to drink cold tea. You've got to pay for what you've done.
I'm more of a coffee drinker, but I tend to agree. Don't microwave your coffee. You suck it up, you drink it, you make a new fresh coffee. That's just how that works. But I digress. Let's talk about cards. World War II, where they probably drank some pretty darn cold tea. Let's bring up the bracket to see who we're going to have competing here today as we go through our top 8 for August. We got Tang taking on Henry in our first feature quarterfinal matchup. Tang qualifying first last season on ladder. Morphlin taking on Spoker. 66 better against No in 5. That one's going to be a banger. 66 better qualifying second. No in having won the July OCC. That's going to be the second feature with Thanatron and Cornguy. Nuff taking on Time Traveler in our last quarterfinal. Just a quick reminder here. These are best of 3 matchups. There will be 1 ban in the quarters and the semis. By the time they get to the finals, they get to wield all 3 of their decks, trying to complete the victory in the best of 5 and taking home 750 big ones in the process. So let's get ready to go here. Tang taking on Henry. We've broken down all of the decks, taking a look at all the player cards in the pre-show, available on demand here on Twitch. But let's go and dive in just very quickly, oversee exactly what's being brought to the table here. So if you did miss the pre-show, you won't be completely lost in this matchup. Let's start by bringing up Tang quick here, and looking at the deck list. Bubbles, want to break us down in 30 seconds or less?
So we've got a US-Britain ramp deck, we've got a Britain-US ramp deck, and a Germany-US sort of mid-range ramp deck. Some things to look out for. We've got a lot of AA guns in this lineup, so it's going to be really interesting to see how they work out.
Right on. Let's go over and flip to the other side then, because we've got Tang taking on Henry here. Spooz, just a quick overview of Henry. What exactly are they bringing here?
Yeah, we got a Japan mill deck, a Brit mill deck, and a US mill deck. So this basically summarizes it. A lot of France here from Henry, so probably thinks that France is the dominating or one of the strongest ally nations right now, and mill may be one of the best archetypes. So let's see how it works out here for Henry today against Tang.
Right on. As we mentioned, there will be 1 ban, and we do have these bans up and ready to go. So I'll have to take a peek here and see what decks they're going to be playing. I imagine we will still see some sort of US and some sort of France make it through there. So Tang's German US deck is going to go ahead and get banned. That's kind of that mid-range list. And then Henry's going to lose the US France list. Let's get back to breaking some of this stuff down here. So, Bubbles, we talked a bit about Tang, bringing a little bit of, the anti-air stuff. Not really seeing much air on Henry's side of things. Just went ahead and banned the US France deck. Any thoughts on why that might be the case?
Yeah, I mean, these ramp decks, they've got the AA guns, which are pretty dead cards. You can still use them just as an artillery, which can dig away at your opponent's HQ. And there might be a couple sort of fighters in the Japanese deck you can target, but those aren't too powerful in the ramp deck. And then the ramp decks, they don't have as many threats as, say, an aggro deck would or a mid-range deck. So because they have less threats but bigger threats, this means the honor and loyalties become a lot more powerful. Your honor and loyalty, one of these big threats away, and suddenly Tang's sort of aggression will be stopped right there. But we are straight into the match here. We see Tang bringing the US Britain deck and Henry bringing the Britain France deck. Quite a strong opener here for Henry, having access to the Pioneer Company, as well as some very nice orders to play off it. Tang, it looks like he's got some ramp cards in hand, but we'll see if it's quick enough to keep up, especially about this War Machine.
Yeah, the good thing that it's going for Tang here with a really kind of slow starting hand. Oh, wow. Okay, never mind. War Machine really helping out here. Is that Henry cannot really apply any early game pressure. Look at this hand, full of orders, found the Glamour Boys right now, but can't really do a lot there. Is it maybe a way to send back your own Pioneer Company to improve your hand, or you just wait and just react to your opponent's stuff that is coming there?
I think you just wait and stay patient. We see Tang putting down the AA gun to use these credits and get something on board, because there's going to be a lack of air units to target. See compromise, just going for the draw and the heal here. Now Tang not going to be too worried about that. Gonna like the hand size for now, and Tang's hand is looking quite good here. I expect we'll see a War Bonds come out. The only downside to a War Bonds is that you could potentially be forced to overdraw both cards.
Well, that's why Tang goes for the War Machine here, also given the opportunity to play for freedom, on that artillery and makes it an even bigger threat there, or makes it a threat right now. I think with 2 attack, it's not really worrying Henry too much. But with the a 3-4 is something that you might want to remove here if you're Henry and you want to save yourself some HQ health. Sure, you
I
still
would
have
have-
a lot of healing left here with 2 compromises.
I would have
Yeah.
liked to see the for freedom first, just to make sure you always draw and get to see all your options before you go for the ramp. Just a little thing that Tang Tang is going to have to look out for, especially in this matchup where 1 or 2 cards could be the difference between defeat and victory. We see Tang Tang's hand getting filled up. Tang Tang here has a couple options, can go for a Howcat to try and burn out face a bit, can go for a Devil's Brigade and a Howcat to minimize hand size, but not too many options here for Tang Tang to both apply pressure and reduce this hand size. Henry with a hand with a large amount of mill as well as this defend in depth, going to be able to remove any threats that Tang Tang deploys.
Yeah, definitely an okay hand here from Henry. I still want to see how, what is their win condition? Like, even with the compromises, sure, honor and loyalty gives you some kind of card advantage over your opponent, but
I mean, we do have the Churchill and the Mosquito in the deck, as well as the Chasseurs to try and get some more damage in. So it's possible you can get some decent damage. The only issue is you're actually healing your opponent so much with these compromises that it's going to be difficult to bring your opponent down, even with these large statted units.
yeah, that makes sense. Tang Tang still thinking what to do. Here goes for the Devil's Brigade.
And goes for the Howcat, minimizing hand size, getting 2 threats onto the board. Henry just going to put down the Glamour Boys.
And it's already a big task for Tang Tang to solve here. No way at the moment to get through them. Can't play Bomber Mafia right now. I could play it, but would not get it too damage.
Gonna go for the War Bonds, start ramping up. Actually gonna kill the Glamour Boys. This means Tang Tang's hand is relatively safe from Henry. Henry not gonna be able to fill up Tang Tang's hand, so Tang Tang guaranteed to get the cards from the War Bonds.
And is now able to get the B24 down if he chooses so.
I'm curious.
But-
I'd be tempted to keep it back until you've seen some of these threats from Henry get used up.
Yeah, also
go
needs
for a
to make
Glamour
sure
Boys.
he reduces his hand size now, since he's
Yeah.
already at 9 again.
This 121st is really powerful here. Some of these retributions are really good in this matchup. You just have to make sure you have the hand size to actually get the retribution added to hand, as Henry could potentially make it get overdrawn.
So War
No
Machine is a
point
little bit awkward
ramping
here,
this
right?
turn.
Since he's already at 11, but I think he might be forced to do it to not overdraw from the compromises.
Looks like he's just going to go for the Bomber Mafia.
See what he gets.
Yeah, it's a B24J, which is a very powerful card. You're going to go for the War Machine to reduce hand size. This allows you to go for the War Bonds. And now, I believe this means next turn we can go for a B24J for 7 credits. This will reduce the other B24's cost, so you can do both bombers in a single turn.
It sounds like a really strong play. Henry not able to play honor and loyalty here on an opponent's unit. I think also compromise is not really worth it, since he would also overdraw while drawing 2 cards. So might just advance the research here.
You could potentially go for the Chasseurs as well. You can move up your 3-4 to the front line and get a 5-5 in the front line. Apply a little bit of pressure, but we may see that saved for a reaction to a bomber. Just going to go for the radar. Not going to develop the research further. Do we see we see the Wellington coming out here?
There it is. Also pushing up the Glamour Boys. So quite some options here from Tang Tang now. He still has another Hellcat in hand.
I mean, I feel like trading and rushing up this Hellcat, getting rid of the Wellington, just answers Henry's board so beautifully. Pioneers has offered a lot of value to Henry. However, Tang is still able to keep himself in a similar sort of vein with all this ramp he's got. I'm actually going to see for freedom instead of MI5. I'd be tempted to go for the MI5 here, put back one of Henry's cards and slow him down a bit.
Yeah, especially since this Hellcat is not going to survive next turn anyways.
Yeah, it won't survive a carpet bomb with this extra health as well. You know, there's not much benefit from buffing it other than drawing a card, but you draw a card from the MI5. I suppose the main advantage to buffing it is if a Chasseurs come out, that has 5 defense, that does also die, but Honor and Loyalty just answers this so easily. Now we see Compromise coming out, starting to mill cards. The US military research in hand for Tang, a very powerful card that could be very important. But now we see Tang's deck getting milled through. And
Ooh, but not something he really needs, right? It was some really good discards there for Tang.
If we could take a look at these deck sizes in a moment, it'd be really interesting to see who is closer to fatigue and by how much.
I would say so far Tang maybe is down 4 more cards. Who did go first? Can't really say right now. Since Tang is already at 14 credits. There comes the B24J and
there
the
we
B24D.
go, 21 and 16 cards. So Tang significantly closer to fatigue, but now putting on the pressure.
Yeah, with 2 pretty big bombers there.
However,
Henry still has the AA barrage.
With AA barrage and Wrath Lightning, these bombers are just disappearing. Off they go. Both bombers are just gone.
1 credit,
Convoy.
remove a bomber from board.
Trying to overdraw Convoy, but there go the bombers. And now Tang has to figure out how to put on pressure once again. We may see Super Fortress coming out from Tang at some point. As I feel
from the research.
From the research, I feel like it may offer more pressure than the nukes, and you don't want to go for the penicillin. It's too much card draw. So I feel like the Super Fortress might be the strongest option. I mean, once these defending depths are gone as well, Henry is going to have a hard time killing it for good. He's going to better bounce it. He's going to better pin it, but he's going to have a hard time getting rid of it permanently.
This
Not
bomber
impossible.
cannot be targeted by orders, right?
No, that's the B-17F. This one is just a big 9-9 bomber.
I see. With heavy armor 2. I see.
Yes, heavy armor 2, 9-9. And I mean, it is possible to kill it. Use the 5e to move it up. Use the Mosquito to get some extra damage with a carpet bomb. But it's all about if Henry has used these resources already. If Henry's used all these resources to survive the board, they might not better answer the B-24, the Super Fortress. Direct hit, rather convenient here, can get rid of this fighter. A card that went up in popularity when self-credit denial was around, but has stuck about since. We actually see it taking out the guard here. Devil's Brigade can finish off this fighter as well, if Tang wants it to. However, we'll have to think about this potential carpet bombing coming out and wiping the board here. Here we see the research going up, and I'm curious if the MI5 is ever going to come out, because the issue is, yes, it gives you card draw, but it puts you closer to fatigue, and it puts Henry 1 card further away from fatigue.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we did not see it earlier, probably, because it's kind of helping Henry's game plan here.
Now we saw Tang go to the max level research already, meaning Tang has to go for these nukes, cannot go for the B29. Super Fortress. Now we see some retribution options. 2k, I assume this is the damage and draw, but it could also be, I believe there's give a unit +1/+1 and blitz.
Yeah, quite some options. We don't know yet, but we might just find out soon.
like to see this Bomber Mafia come out. But looks like saving it for when there are more threats on the board that need dealing with.
Look at these
However,
HQ health. 46. More than twice what they started with.
it really feels like Tang is just getting closer and closer to fatigue with no way of killing Henry. I mean, what are these nukes doing? 12 damage to their HQ? Okay, who cares?
Yeah. Not much
Well,
you can
it's
do
like-
there. There's just not enough pressure on board to get through 46 health.
Now we see MI5 coming out. We see an AA gun
Oh, that's...
is able to pin this mosquito. But the thing is, you're never going to get Henry to run out of cards. The only thing you can hope to do is get Henry close enough to fatigue, like run out of cards, use Phony War, and that puts Henry closer to fatigue. But it seems very unlikely. Henry is going to be able to get a trade with this mosquito as well before the nukes come out. I expect we will see the bombs dropping soon. However, Henry not going to be too concerned by it. Waiting the 7.
Oh, I can't believe how good this mill deck from Henry works against Tang's deck here.
I mean, it's Mill is so good against ramp because you just bounce these threats and they cannot keep up with it. Now we see Tang deploying a large board, Firefly available, not going to be very useful in this matchup. Apart from a threat to hit the HQ, but fatigue is going to be the main source of damage here from Henry. Now, do we see the first bomb dropping here, or do we just see a... okay, looks like... oh, maybe a Bomber Mafia would come out. We're just going to pin it for now.
The 3rd regiment, not really what you need if you're Henry here.
No, but if you're Henry here, you also don't feel like you're under that much pressure, right? You got 49 HP and there's not that much damage on the board.
I mean, quite some. It's 8 damage, but yeah, that's still a lot of turns to...
And
get
how much
through
of it is
4 to
sticking on the
9.
board? How much of this
Yeah,
damage
yeah,
is
not
staying?
too much, I guess. What to bounce here?
Now we see it looks like the Glamour Boys are going to be the one getting a bounce. They give Tang the most damage. This also means the 5e gets a guaranteed trade. But we see a very strong card here for Tang in hand with this strap bombing and a P51. P51 offers a huge amount of threats, and we don't have anything available in Henry's hand to answer it straight away. Now,
Henry with the oops.
Phony War probably has to come out next turn.
Oh, do you think so? I mean, sure, Henry kind of needs stuff in hand, but that also would just... yeah, just kill his advantage in fatigue range.
How big is the deck advantage, I think, is the big question.
It might be
Take a
8
look
cards
at the deck
already.
sizes.
Yeah, 10 cards.
10 card advantage. You do have to take it into consideration the fact that Tang is going to take quite a few turns to die to fatigue, and if he has any units available on board, he can just beat you down before he dies to fatigue. We see now the Bomber coming out, and Tang just holding all this burn in hand, maybe hoping to burn Henry out and not waste it early on. Where is this AA gun hitting? Gonna go for the HQ, and now I think you've got to go for the Honey Phony War, right? Just gonna see the Sexton come out here.
Looks like Henry has a different opinion on that.
Sexton is going to get nuked. I'm almost certain of it. We could also see the strap bomb plus direct hit come out. I don't want to see more units being committed to the board when we see so much burn in Tang Tang's hand that's just going to clear this board anyway.
Henry still sacrificing more units into those potential nukes.
Tang Tang, though, looks like he's checking for the Ultra, goes for the Manhattan Project. Good to make for the Ultra, make sure about the Ultra, because it is in Henry's deck still, and Henry having about 13 cards left in deck, there is a good chance the Ultra was in hand. And then putting down the Glamour Boys, holding back the P51.
Oh, that Black Watch
That was a
came
misclick,
out of the
right?
deck, right? Oh,
Yeah,
right?
I think that was a Black Watch misclick. Or was he trying to draw one extra card? I'm not sure if he was trying to get the one extra card draw or if it was a misclick. Difficult to tell, but Tang Tang out of cards, takes the first point of fatigue damage, has to end the game with the tools available, but it is very possible. 38 health here from Henry. We see a lot of burn available in Tang Tang's hand, and it's simply a race now. It is simply a race. Henry has some great tools, but does he have the time and the credits to use these tools? Down to 32 HP. Glamour Boys move up, and we see a lot of damage coming out here. Compromise is a fantastic card for
Compromise
Henry.
is huge here.
Gonna give him some health as well as get this fatigue clock going. Now we're going to see a compromise into a wave after wave, wipe most of the board away. And that buys Henry a lot of time, but Henry is not far off fatigue himself, so it does have to take into consideration still this HP total. 4 damage to Tang Tang's HQ on fatigue. P51, P51's going to draw you cards if it dies. So it could be
don't
really
play
dangerous.
that. Don't
However,
play
he
that.
might not have any choice. If you can lower your hand size enough, the P51 is safe from the defendant depth. Now, I'm really curious what this 2K or this 2K one. If this gives it +1/+1 and blitz, that could be really powerful. If this is 2 damage and draw a card, then it is useless right now. I kind of want to see a firebomb come out, and I kind of want to see this guy take the front line. It's 121st. Looks like maybe just going for the strat bombing instead. Go for the War Machine. Now, I believe there's only the one Phony War in Henry's deck, so doesn't have to worry about the second Phony War. Safe to play cards like this, this War Machine. Now, what do we see coming out from Henry? I'd like to see the Ultra go up, to be honest. I know it draws you a card, but I feel like at this point in the game, it is probably worth it.
Oh, there comes the P51.
Now, it is safe from a defending depth, but with Carpet Bomb available...
Oh, wait, he gives up?
He checked for the Ultra. No, he's checking for the Ultra.
It was a quite expensive check for Ultra.
It was an expensive check for Ultra, but has the credits to do so and is now able to hit for 8 HP. But look what's sitting in the middle of Henry's hand.
Yeah,
Henry's going to say, I don't want fatigue damage, and I want that card off you. So I expect we'll see the co-belligerents as well as the Glamour Boys, or maybe just the trade. Surely you steal it. There's no way you don't just steal that guy.
Can wait one turn, maybe.
Or?
Do this and then bounce the fighter with the lightning? But how do you kill it next turn, then?
I mean, you don't need to. You can then steal it next turn. If you're trading. But there's no point co-belligerancing that guy, right? I mean, what retribution are you scared of? I don't think there's any retributions that kill you here. You can go Wrath, Lightning, Glamour Boys, and go for the trade with the Churchill. leaving this guy alive on board. However, 8 damage to Tang Tang's HQ. This seems like it will be Henry's game. Don't see any way of Tang Tang being able to come back into this. Going to be forced to draw extra cards and goes for the surrender. Henry taking the 1-0 lead with the mill deck. And you know what's coming next, right? Another mill deck. Seem to be having...
That looks interesting.
One moment.
We might have some technical issues here.
Now that was
Okay.
there we go.
We're back.
So yeah, Henry having a Japan-France mill deck now, and this has quite a few ways of dealing with ramp as well. We don't have the Glamour Boys, which were really, really powerful at giving us a lot of HP, but we do have the AA gun, which is really good against these big bombers. We do have the KI-44 Tojo, which is again really good against ramp. And then we do also have this on the ascent, which can be deceivingly good against ramp. In this sort of mid to late game, you can steal a really powerful unit with like a super strong deployment or destruction effect.
So, looks like Henry really got some good deck picks here against Tang Tang's lineup. And yeah, what are you doing here? If you're Tang Tang, what could you have done different? I think not too much, right?
No, it's a very difficult matchup to play. Now, this 51st Recon, we saw Berto doing this actually in Berto's Japan-France deck. And the idea with this isn't to hit HQ and to be aggressive. The idea with this is to use it in conjunction with Compromise to trade into threats in the front line. However, you can also use it as just an aggressive tool in the early game. So it's a very versatile card. Now, we may see Tang Tang just going for the AA gun, but Henry has the answer ready to go.
Ooh.
Just going to pass the turn. And it's only 2 damage. Don't need to worry about it too much. But Henry putting down quite an aggressive board.
Tang Tang found the war machine, but also warbonds in hand here. Tagasagi Regiment. So nice to have that card back in the game. Quite an annoying guard here.
And this discard can be a real problem.
Yeah, especially in combination with Phony War. It just offers you, it just makes it you draw 1 more card.
Gonna go for the Sendai, even though it's already down to 2 HP. Just doesn't want to let Tang Tang get the retribution, but I expect it to die at some point. So very interesting to see the Sendai coming out rather than just moving up Tagasaki.
Yeah. Especially when your opponent runs stuff like strat bombing.
Oh no, Tang
there's
Tang's pre-searching the production order. This gives the Tojo a target. You need to hold it back against Tojo. Oh, the 1 credit efficiency
there it
coming back
goes.
to burn Tang Tang. And now Henry gonna try and threaten the board a bit before these nukes come out. I mean, you can potentially try and get rid of your Tagasaki. However, doesn't seem worth it. I believe the commit the reserves, I believe, is enemy units only, so not able to south target.
So I think from that play there from Tang Tang, there might be 2 options. He's not really focused today in this match, or he's just already tilted to max level. Like, it's just those little things, right? Why would you play production order there when you know that your opponent has Tojo in the deck?
Yeah, and we did see earlier a ramping and then drawing last, so it might just be that it's quite late in China. It is late in the evening, perhaps had a long day at work or something like that. You know, it can come into play and affect these decisions. We see the Gamma Boys and the Manhattan Project coming out here. This is going to give Tang Tang back this unit. Not going to move it to the front line though, which is surprising.
That's interesting, yeah.
It does have Blitz. Not
Have
going to
another
make any
Sendai.
difference though, as Henry is just going to remove it. Hey, I'm not letting you have that retribution. However, Just going to see another Manhattan Project. I mean, that would put Henry down to 8 HP, at which point there is a real chance of being able to find lethal over the next couple turns with this Bomber Mafia. I mean, there's a lot of bombers you can find that are going to help with the HQ damage. You've got this for freedom to do a little bit more. Henry going to need to deal with these things very quickly.
I just find it interesting how completely different this match is. Like, at the same time, the last match we had HQ sitting at 46 health. Now both players sitting below 15 here. That's really interesting. And Henry needs to find ways to remove the stuff on board with only 8 HQ left on their HQ health. Compromise a good way.
Under fire, going to pin down some of the board. Going to go for the 1 in 3, but not going to be too upset if it doesn't hit. Although gets the hits. Now slows down the board here from Tang Tang. Bomber Mafia will get rid of this smokescreen bomber, as well as offer you another tool to beat down your opponent with.
So what would be the best options here? B24G?
Things with Blitz. Things that have Blitz will be really powerful. B17, big body.
Both players gaining back a little bit of the HQ health that they lost early in the match. Tower. Putting back on top of the deck. Yeah, Henry not with the strongest hand here. Might just see another compromise.
Honor and loyalty, a strong find. Maybe the thing Henry was missing that Henry had last game, which has made it seem so different, but Tang Tang still has a lot of tool. I mean, obviously still has a lot of tool, but I mean a lot of blitz from hand. We do have this M18 Hellcat. Devil's Brigade can give a little bit of extra damage as well as some frontline pressure, and then this strap bombing. A really powerful card. I'd like to see the strap bombing come out before Henry reaches 12 credits, where it no longer does the slowdown effect with the credit slots. Once your opponent has 12 credits, it puts them down to 11, and then they just go back up to 12 the same turn anyway, and it doesn't really make any difference.
Oh, now for freedom to buff the Hellcat. That's another 8 damage in the front line there.
I assume we're going to see a P51 come out. Now, if we see a P51 come out, that could be a real problem for Henry. Henry would be able to kill it, but would then buff the rest of the board in the process. Just going to go for the strap bombing. Try and keep Henry down as much as possible. We're going to see Tora come out doing 2 damage to everything. Out the mist. Steal a huge chunk of this board from Tang Tang and get a Glamour Boys available to heal up some HQ. Sorry, 2 Glamour Boys available. However, it is down to 9 credit slots, as there was the strap bombing and the commit the reserves. So Tang Tang might better capitalize on that with this B17. Henry just might not have the credits available to fight back against these stats on the board.
Kind of forced to play Phony War and find something useful here, or just play double Glamour Boys.
Issue is with Phony Warring this early on is you've not established a deck advantage. At least not enough of a deck advantage where Phony War is going to be in your benefit. You're putting yourself closer to fatigue. Now has to figure out what to do with these remaining credits. Just going to go for the Phony War. And then prioritize the overdraw here. Finds the honor and loyalty, a very powerful way of getting rid of this B17, and would cause overdraw here for Tang Tang. However, Tang Tang still has a really powerful hand. Bomber Mafia will get rid of guards very easily and allow Tang Tang to put some pressure on the HQ this turn.
But Henry also found 2 more compromises. That's another plus 12 potentially, plus the mill effect on Tang's hand.
We see Bomber Mafia coming out. Going to be hoping for this production order bomber with Blitz that would allow maximum damage from hand to the HQ. Finds a privateer, not a terrible find here, as this taxing on Henry to get rid of it is a significant factor, and is going to better put it down this turn.
There it comes.
I mean,
Oh.
you can't afford to. It's like you can, but it's too expensive to go for the chasseurs on it. You know, you pay when you target to move it up. You pay when it gets hit. It's just too much. Gonna need to find another way out of this situation. You can go for the compromises as well as the honorable death to do some serious work against Tang here. Dragon Slayer does offer you some nice protection.
Yeah, 5 HP, it's not in comfort zone here for Henry.
No, it's certainly
Might-
not, but
I wonder if we might just
Yeah,
see, place a compromise.
there's a production order available. So without this compromise, that would have been game over. Compromise putting Henry up, gets rid of this B-17, and Fortune does indeed favour the bold. And Henry being very bold with the triple France lineup. Now, Tang, to figure out this puzzle, the best way to apply maximum pressure. I'd like to see the AA gun come out, slow down that fighter, and give you a way of getting rid of it without sacrificing this bomber. This bomber is so powerful, you don't just want to discard it. I mean, we could see AA gun come out, we could see 121st take the front line, and then maybe a little war machine on the top, just to, you know, nice cherry on the cake. We have seen the Tojo come out, so you can now go for the production order safely. But it looks like we're just going to see production order HQ damage coming out, and Tang saying, I'm killing you, and I'm killing you now.
And with 5 health left, this could be possible next turn, but we know that Henry has tools to heal back.
I mean, does also have the tools to kill this bomber if he wants to, but it is very expensive and maybe not the way to go forward.
Oh!
To the Last Man is a really powerful card here. Honor and Loyalty, gonna go for it. Bring this guy to the front line, smack him, go for the Tora, and that's what we're talking about this 5e. They're really good at getting rid of these large bombers as you force them into places they don't want to be. And now Tang has to find a new way of putting down the pressure, and these decks are getting small again. If we can get another look at the deck size.
It might only be 4 or 5 left. Oh, look,
3 cards for
Tang.
Tang, 8 for Henry. So not much for either player.
He still has 2 of the 121st that can give them some retributions, but
Do you force to the Last Man or not? You could just go for the chasseurs to move it to the front line. You can go for the bombing raid first to hit the HQ and the Glamour Boys, and then you finish it off. Save the to the Last Man for a bigger threat. As right now, you do delete your own 5/5 if you just go for it.
yeah, but how much bigger threats are there? Sure, there are the 121st, but what else is there that is applying more pressure than is currently on board?
Looks like Henry concurs and just goes for the To the Last Man, draws 2 cards for Tang. Tang had a cards, has to finish the game with the tools available in hand. It is possible, but it is not likely. The Henry
Depending on what retributions Tang finds out of this, but look at this, only 2 units left in hand there for Tang.
Glamour Boys into Phony War could be huge here. However, Henry does have to worry about fatigue as well. Finds the Honor and Loyalty.
That is a huge
beautiful
find.
card here. Gonna go for the Glamour Boys.
Sure.
You have to move one of Tang's units from the front line into the front line. Now we see Retribution available. No overdraws for Tang Tang, as there are no cards left to overdraw. We do see the Firebomb going to come out and do a little bit of damage to Henry's HQ, bring him down to 11. But is he considering holding it back? Maybe save it for a bigger threat, go for the Devil's Brigade? I mean, the burn is really nice, but are you going to need this later on? You have to be so careful with every card here of your Tang Tang, because you don't have more cards available in deck. You're using what you have. Goes for the Retribution first, gets the city options, finds a 2k card. Now we see Henry getting ready to go for this phony war.
10 damage in the front line. Finds a Tagasaki. Instant
Both
phony
players
warrior.
out of cards in deck.
Oh, on the Ascent.
On the
Found
Ascent,
there.
such a powerful card. Tagasaki, really powerful here as well as this Kurame. You know, their end of the turn effect could be really powerful for stopping Tang Tang sneaking out of lethal here. But both these HQ totals are really small. But 5 damage to Tang Tang's HQ. So much damage. Takes the 6.
Ooh, 6 is a lot. That means 7, 8, 9. He only has 3 more turns. And Henry will only take 6 damage in the meantime.
Yep, but Henry has ways of dealing with this board as well, right?
+2/+2 and Blitz.
Looks like going to be buffing up the Devil's Brigade while is finishing it off with this little ping.
The direct hit, and he has the Glamour Boys left.
However, what do you notice about these? You got to play the Glamour Boys, yeah, because otherwise these both have 5 attack and just you lose the game to the On the Ascent. But we see Kurame coming out, pass back the turn. You got to end your turn to trade into this. Buys even more time here for Henry. Now, Henry has to figure out. Tang Tang has to figure out how best to apply lethal. Tang Tang will know what cards are in Henry's hand. So look at this, trying to play around the bombing raid.
5. Yeah, it's only 2 more turns since there's bombing raid and desperate measures that can potentially go to face, but I doubt that
On the
Henry
Ascent,
can go
the
face
Glamour
here.
Boys. And then bombing raid takes out the units. There's nothing left. There's nothing left. Tang Tang's board is gone, and Henry, with the triple threat France lineup, is taking Tang Tang, the season winner and one of the favorites to win today, in a 2-0 series.
Yeah, wait, there's still the Retribution that can deal face damage, right? How much is this? 2?
There's one which does 2 damage and heals you for 4, but I don't think that's going to be enough to win the game against the Glamour Boys.
Also getting this.
No rushes here. Gonna wipe the board.
Holding back the bombing raids, and this is 3 potential face damage there.
Holding back the AA gun as well. Doesn't want to cause an extra card draw. Tang Tang
And now
not
Tate
going to find it.
fully relying on that Retribution. I think there's nothing he can get that helps him out of this. And he only has 1 turn. He gets 9 damage next turn.
Yeah.
I mean, the ceiling thing will give him 1 more turn,
There
but
you
this
go.
is not it.
Henry takes a 2-0 lead over Tang Tang, and it advances to the next round. These France decks doing so well against ramp, and there's a lot of ramp today. Henry could go really far with this lineup.
Did we, going into this, Bubbles, expect Mill to be this strong?
I mean, we've known Mill can be really good against ramp. This is something that's happened in the past. It's something we've seen before. I don't think we expected it to be as one-sided as it seemed today. The 5e were really, really good, and it seems like the way ramp is playing right now, with the style of the pressure it puts on, is just the right pace for Mill to answer these threats at the same rate they come out, which is what you want. The issues in the past have been when ramp has been able to put down threats quicker than Mill can answer them.
And Spooz, you mentioned something right at the beginning of the second game where you said, Tang Tang's playing a little bit, maybe not the way he would traditionally, and maybe was a bit tilted. And seemed like Tang got into the rhythm of things as the second game went on. But how do you think Tang Tang's feeling after that matchup? Where I think you mentioned it after game one as well. Like there wasn't a lot that he could do to kind of get himself out of that situation either.
Yeah, it must be really frustrating for them, especially when you have a full hand of options, but you can't really get cards out of your hand, and at the same time, your opponent is just refilling it, and you just see cards flying away that you maybe, yeah, we're looking for. That might be very important in this matchup. Then you suddenly overdraw them, and even if you have stuff on board, it's just getting sent back into your deck, back into your hand. I think it's really frustrating, and I could really understand Tang Tang being really tilted here and really unsatisfied with this match today.
I think something this matchup can bring attention to, though, which is something we've not touched upon as often in OCCs, is the strategy in bringing a lineup. We saw Tang Tang bringing a 2-and-1 lineup, 2 ramp decks, 1 mid range, and we saw Henry bringing a 3-of lineup, 3 of the same set of decks. And what this meant is Tang Tang's good deck was able to get banned out, and then Henry was able to get 2 favorable matchups, and Henry didn't have any deck that Tang Tang was able to ban. So it's a really interesting thing to consider is when you have these 2-1 lineups, if the 2 aren't very good and the 1 is, the 1's just going to get banned, and it can leave you in a really difficult position.
Does Henry in this type of situation, though, end up running into that all or nothing mentality where it's my mill decks are going to win or they're going to lose? It doesn't matter what you ban, it's either a good matchup or not.
Yeah, there's always risk in bringing a 3-of lineup. It does make you more difficult to ban, but it does also mean you're locked into the strategy that you've decided is the best strategy. And if it turns out to not be the best strategy, then you can be in a really difficult position. I think Mill is a somewhat safe strategy to bet on, considering that it's good against ramp, and historically, cards like Honor and Loyalty have been very good against Brit Air. But I do think an aggressive opening from Brit Air might better run over Henry's lineup before Henry can stabilize.
Well, we're
Yeah,
going to find
yeah.
out how Henry. Oh,
I
go ahead,
just want to
Spooz.
mention that Henry just had a perfect read on today's tournament meta. We see a few Brit Air decks. We see one Japan Jagro deck. So we really had a good read from the qualifiers probably, and just saw that ramp is on the rise. And he just, yeah. I looked at the decks and thought, oh, is he trolling or what? But no, he had a perfect read on the meta and is maybe dominating here today.
And that can sometimes be the benefit of playing through the qualifiers, right? Get exposed to a bit more tournament meta and end up knocking out the first qualifier on ladder. So thank you, Bubbles. Thank you, Spooz. We'll see you again in just a moment. Let's bring up the bracket here as we get ready for our second quarter final, as we have a huge upset in the first matchup as Henry, who qualified, goes 2-0, defeats Tang Tang, who was first on ladder last season. We do see Morphling and Spoker have completed their matchups as well off of stream, with Morphling going through. So we'll see Morphling and Henry as our first semifinal, but let's go ahead and find out what our second semifinal is going to look like. We got 66 Better taking on No in 5. 66 Better having qualified second on ladder and getting the automatic bye. Let's see if playing through the qualifiers helps No and just refine that lineup and get ready for today's OCC. Let's welcome Thanatron and Cornguy to the caster's desk. Thanatron, you just watched 2 games go to fatigue. Heck of a hard-fought matchup. Is that something that we should be expecting for the rest of this tournament?
Maybe for the rest of the tournament if Henry keeps playing so well. There was some really great play. Mill decks aren't easy to play. I know a lot of people might think that game is maybe a little bit more boring than something that features maybe more board contention and more, sort of tanks as chess pieces. But there is a lot of skill needed to play that deck. And as Bubbles said, bringing like 3, or Bubbles and Spooz both mentioned, bringing 3 mill decks is such a hard call, both strategically and, like spiritually to make. Because obviously if it doesn't work out, it's going to not work out hard. But really great to see. And I know Cornguy is a fellow Tojo enjoyer, that both of us are all for that.
And Cornguy, I know you've been messing around with the decks and testing a few things out. Do you think it was just a question of like, hey, Mill is actually the perfect call here because what we're seeing is a ton of ramp, a little bit of mid range, very little aggro. Is it just like the right call at the right time? Does playing through the qualifiers maybe give you a little bit more information as to what to expect from the tournament scene?
All that's true, but also I have no insight into Henry's mind. Someone you could just say, I love Mill. Personally, I've played a lot of Brit France Mill in tournament settings, and if you have the mindset of enjoying control decks, enjoying being a responsive player rather than a proactive player, it can be a fun way to play in a tournament setting. But I will say, I don't think this is going to last. 6-6 better's here to shut Henry down eventually. So I mean, Henry had his time in the limelight, but 6-6 better is here.
Well, that could be a matchup for the finals, but we're about to find out who is going to go through between 66 better and Noen. You seem really high on 66 better, Corn Guy, so I'm going to let Thanatron talk about 66's deck list. Thanatron, I know we covered it in the pre-show, but we want to give us a quick run through of what we're going to see in this quarterfinal.
Yeah, absolutely. So we start with maybe the only sort of familiar Jagger deck in this tournament today. Japan, Germany, with expansions relying on taking the front line with your very fast Japanese units to draw. And we see, things like the Panzergren only running one, but still still a powerful card. Obviously, Shiden to finish everything off. Then we see a powerful sort of German mid-range list using a bit of ramp as they all sort of do these days with the War Machine. But you can see this goes all the way up to Leopold and even a Schwalbe. So very interesting. Maybe thinking about countering air decks with that, gigantic plane, but really fun to see. Cool card that we don't get to see a ton. And then the last deck that we have here is our ramp that we've seen a ton of, a US Brit ramp that we are all getting, very, very familiar with.
Thank you so much. Let's flip to 66 betters. Opponent Noen 5 here defending OCC champ. Corn Guy, take us through.
Looking at the Soviet Polish list, just trying to get board control and snowball. Let's see if it can snowball against it and not get Leopold at all back to hand. The Brit Soviet air list trying to go wide, trying to buff units, trying to use Claim the Skies because it is a very fun card to play. And then we have the German US mid range, just trying to. Well, there are some 35Ts, just trying to get in there and get some board control. We see that we can do it to go wide and then buff the units and then trade out and win. So Noen 5, definitely trying to win on the board.
Right on. As a quick reminder, players are only going to get access to 2 of these decks in these best of 3 quarterfinals. So let's find out what the bands look like here between Noen 5 and 66 better. So what we're going to see on either side of things very shortly is a graphic that will tell us that 66 better is going to lose that Germany US ramp list. And on the other side of things, Noen is going to lose the Japan Poland list. Now, I know, Corn Guy, if I ask you about the bands, you're just going to say it doesn't matter. 66 better is going to win this no matter what. But I would be curious if you're on 66 better's seat and you're looking across at Noen and you have a fierce competitor on that side. What makes you decide, yeah, I don't really want to deal with Legions right now?
Can't say. I just think he's going to come out in the end. I will say I do like Noen 5's ban of the Germany deck. That deck seems to be pretty versatile into all of his decks, so I do like that one. Polish is it's the I don't know. You don't want to play Noen on Legions. It counters your Jagro list, so it's probably the best ban, and I'm excited to see what goes on.
And Thanatron, we talked a little bit in the first matchup about, strategy around how I'm going to build my lineup, right? So do I bring a mix of things? Do I stick to kind of one strategy? And like we see Noan bringing the Legions, bringing the Brit Air, bringing some mid-range. So there's a little bit more flexibility on that side, where, 66 Better really needs to make a decision about which of these decks am I least suited against, but there's a lot more variety there than we see in a lot of other lineups.
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely something to be said for versatility, right? In both your offensive game plan, but also in what they're going to ban. Because when they're looking at your three decks and they're thinking about which one they don't want you to play the most, there becomes a lot of almost rock, paper, scissors or like circular like situations where, I have something that beats two of his, he has something that beats two of mine, but my third deck is great into the thing that beats two of mine. So if I can target it correctly, which one do I play first? Which deck do I open with? All of these things can weigh extremely, extremely heavily. And we see
Well, let's
no
see if they
going
made the right
with
decisions.
air. Yeah, exactly. And no going with air first, which could definitely be the right decision. Excellent
Yeah,
analysis by myself there, stumbling. To Rule the Skies though is a nice start.
knowing so a couple of initial observations off the rip. No one's going second against Jagro, which is certainly the less ideal position to go. He did have an absolute brick of a mulligan, and he was able to salvage it. This swordfish can't come down yet because it will be instantly removed with the buffed tank. He's gonna have to save it for turn 2 to play it and claim the skies.
Yeah, you wonder
But
if he's thinking about greeting here, thinking about possibly getting a swordfish that maybe no one can't find the third damage to, so you can double rule the skies, with it being a bomber. But like, man, 66 better, as you said, has the perfect answer for that, and it is not gonna work. No one really seems to be thinking about it though.
no, he's already looking at the deck list, seeing which deck should he bring next because
That's
his
just a
hand
study sesh.
just a quick study sesh.
I don't know.
It's
We're
just
teetering. No makes the right decision in the end. You really wonder how much of a mental battle that was going back and forth, knowing that like it's huge advantage if it's not punished, and it's a huge disadvantage if it is punished.
yeah. I mean, C6 better. Certainly in the driver's seat right now. It's going to come down to what cards people can draw. If no one needs some units, and that is the bane of Brit Air, is just getting bricked hands. His hand doesn't look too good right now. He's going to rely on what he can draw on these next couple of draws. Otherwise, 66 better could run away with it. I'm sorry, folks. I know you're here for the fatigue meta, but here we are.
And we see that first claim the sky coming out immediately is always interesting because it is the one situation where bombers take return damage on that claim the sky. So the bomber not coming out unscathed, which tunes into this huge audacity play, and suddenly Noan is the one looking at a bomber with his air deck, unable to really answer here.
Yeah, and
That's a lot of draw.
that is a lot of draw and not a lot of planes for a deck that relies on them.
Yeah, they
I
don't
mean,
call it Brit draw.
they
It's
don't
not
call
a-
it
it's
Brit
not-
draw.
That's not the name of the deck. That's the name of this deck
Yeah.
right now. Unfortunate.
Oh man. So
66 better preparing. Kitty Hawk, kind of a good answer though. Probably gonna take out that buff wagon, take 3 damage off of 66 better's board.
a good answer a little too late. It's going to try to he's going to try to save some damage here rather than all
The
of that.
draw as well.
I like that play.
I like that play as well. Limit the draw and only 1 damage done to your Kitty Hawk, so it can now stand up to that Aichi. 66 would have to sink both units in for that trade. Probably not something he wants to do. Able to
Yeah.
expand here, which is big money.
Whenever you're playing against Brit Air, you want to make sure there's no planes on board because planes are the vehicle for the buff cards, whether it's close air support or any other one. So you got to remove them. No on 5 credits with no real options. He already burned 2 Claim the Skies. He's just gonna have to play some planes. Fortunately,
He could use the commando here. Okay, he does not. He could use the commando there to make the Aichi 1 health and then use the shark to destroy the Aichi, but that would have been a lot of resources into something that has to trade with the Chaika.
yeah, not needed right there.
Really interesting here. No's going to want to draw soon, probably as well.
He's gonna draw, and this will give us, a little bit of time to say thank you to Spooz and Bubbles for that amazing cast. In the first match, really enjoyed it.
A big winter regiment.
Winter Regiment looking like a snack for that Commando plus Bloody Sickle.
Yeah. Oh, that's going to go down smooth for Noah. Not so smooth for 66.
Welcome to the Southern Hemisphere, Winter Regiment.
And a nice bomber pickup. Going to be useful here, but
For all of
No.
my
for all of your
I guess doubts, no one is stabilizing this relatively well. I would say 66 better still in the driver's seat, and
find the Wellington play here strange. Being able to kill well, I guess no. I take
No.
it back. The Chaika, obviously, with the Ishik coming after the Chaika's death, really means that 66 would have to find 2 ways to kill it to be able to make the trade that he wants to make. I'm sorry, a way to kill 2 planes. He is going to find it, but I see no one's play better than initially. There was a little bit more to that. However, 66 better, having the double answer for both fighters, able to trade with the bomber works out really well for him.
I'd to go wide here, save the sea embargo. That was a unique sequence with the Wellington and then the response. Interesting little puzzle there by 66 better to find that line. Wasn't too bad, but it was definitely not the most obvious. And a big boom. Oh man. No, that was in his hand for a while.
I must have missed it. Yeah, no, two fighters lining up. Happened to be the only 2, or I'm sorry, it was a fighter and a bomber, but 2 air units lining up at that 2 damage. Obviously, Cass is going to do that.
Who's playing the air deck? Who's playing the air deck? Oh man, no one 5 chose the line of going wide with the close air support, saying if he has on the ascent, I lose. Maybe not thinking it. He did have the option to just play 1 fighter and sea embargo it to play around it. That is a hard punish. That is a hard punish.
I assume that we're gonna see no. I thought we would see a Claim the Skies ripped off here to take one of these units down. Another 2 health, probably only 1 after the battle, but
That is a little strange. That
he's certainly thinking about it. I would think that you Claim the Skies here, and even if you only end up with 1 health because you only killed a 1/1 plane with it, you add that little bit of survivability so that you can hopefully Kitty Hawk and cast next turn, get some extra damage out of that.
Do you think
Yeah,
he's
good to kill the
potentially
bomber.
considering pushing that to the front line? Could he? No, that was just played.
Yeah, really, the Sheeden now as well. 66 better, truly playing the air deck.
Yeah. Good, always great to see some Japan Air. Big fan of Japan Air.
Yeah, this 5-5 is likely going to make the trade here to make Brit Air airless. Kitty Hawk will be able to answer that nicely for the 5. Damn it.
Ooh,
No,
going
we are gone face.
face.
You
Very
are too
tempting.
slow.
Very
Your
tempting.
planes have not shown up to work today. Which ones have already been eliminated.
It's still relatively safe, but I don't know. Just trading out there with the opponent on 3 cards in hand with nothing on board feels like the safest way to go. I guess maybe 2 safety McSafety pants, but I don't know. And it's interesting to see all of No. 5's planes turncoating and just lining the ranks of 66's backline.
I think Albacore makes a lot of sense here. Start to whittle that big tank down and sort of freeze it.
All right, if 66 better chooses to not trade or win, it's gonna be an interesting patriotic firestorm.
That's true. The one bomber, of course, is not going to be able to quite make it, but a lot of damage could be done.
Wow, expansion off of a gladiator.
And that's going to come right down. He's going to grab something to activate the 35Ts that just so happens to be extra burn damage in a situation where he's out way ahead in the life lead.
All right.
That's not going to help knowing.
Can't quite find enough burst here. And you can't even do it because of the gladiator. No in 5.
That Japanese expansion gladiator.
And the signal putting in a little extra work, that's just going to tip this over the edge. I mean, Sheehan is just saying, yes, rubbing his hands in the hand of 66 better,
Yeah,
waiting
about
for
to
his turn
be
to shine.
That magical 11 credits, so this is truly over, regardless of all these units on board.
Yeah, and just like that,
Had it without Sheeden.
66 better sheathes and unsheathes his sword, and No. 5 is down 0-1.
Unsheathing with Sheeden.
Ching ching. And just like that, No. 5 is on the ropes. Can't say I didn't see it coming.
You've been very vocal about your 66 better support. So 66 down to his US deck. Nolan left with Brit Air again to counter that, or his more sort of ranged out German deck. What would you think you would pick here if you were knowing what 66 better is coming to the board with?
Either one seems fine. They're both are relatively go wide and win. I really think it's dealer's choice for Noah. He's going to know his deck a little better. And brutal hand again. The bane of Brit Air.
Yeah, really coming up here for Nolan. I will say that me and you had a chance to scrim this matchup last night to sort of better prepare ourselves for today. And it seems like no one really made the right ban call, because 66 Better's German deck actually was able to beat every single one of Nolan's decks at least once in our scrims. So I think that is definitely a very astute and excellent ban call by Nolan.
Something that No. 5 is known for, especially in tournament play, is always having the right curve, the best curve. If you say No. 5, what do you think of? You think of War Machine into the next best option. That's what you think of when you say no in 5. And today he has not, lived up to his reputation of drawing on curve. I have played this exact list that no in 5 as in preparation for this Brit Air list, and I also was not able to curve out very well with it. So, you know,
Yeah, you wonder if it's maybe a little order heavy these days.
you know, uh, it has to just be. It hasn't.
Look,
There's something with the algorithm. I don't know if what he needs to set his system clock. He needs to reorder the cards in his deck just to play around something behind the scenes. I don't know what it is, but no one
he's
five
currently
normally has that figured out, and right now it's just flooding.
milling an order as well. It would have probably been worse for him to see him actually mill an airplane.
No one five's playing self.
Another sickle. Oh my goodness, the bottom of Noan's deck right now is plane.
If you are playing this Brit Air list on ladder right now, go ahead and let us know what success you're having and what time zone you're in, because we're gonna have to change our system clocks to your time zone.
This is pretty wild here, the amount. And I mean, this new Soviet version, right? So Brit Air got Sea Patrol, so that's more orders for the Brit Air deck that are now sort of these auto includes. And then when you bring this Soviet version that no one favors, you're also bringing all these Claim the Skies, you're bringing in all these sickles. Obviously, it's a Brit deck, so like you're going to bring those powerful Brit draw orders. And suddenly you are finding no planes in the top half of your deck. It is just order.
Order up.
It's comical
Yeah.
at this point.
Average J King OCC experience right here. Just kidding.
66 better, having absolutely no problems, no pressure, not a care in the world. This is a relaxing game against air for 66 so far. Thinking about perhaps maybe moving up a Glamour Boy. Yep, we're going to provide a little pressure since you don't want to provide any pressure here today. You're not even drawing airplanes. You're drawing units. They're not even airplanes. And already used both sickles as well. Unfortunate for Noan. Finally, some reinforcements. The air cab is here.
It's too little, too late. I mean,
Can at least take care, of that Glamour Boy in the front line. A decent trade.
I would have surrendered and just been on with my day, but oh man, what did you do in this situation? Definitely, no one's got to open the little gear icon and read the encyclopedia and say, what do I do in this situation?
Which one of these fun facts is going to give me an edge? Yeah, Bomber Mafia going to take out half of Noan's found Air Force so far. Going to finish it off with the 1 ping damage
No one
from the
five.
Devil's Brigade. And you're back to
Interesting.
drawing signals. Or I'm sorry, sickles.
Interesting deck list here. I didn't read into it that this was actually self-discard air. Did not catch that from the deck list.
This has quickly gotten out of hand. This has quickly become, I think, one of the most
Bubbles, you predicted
lopsided
this guy to win.
showing.
Bubbles, when we come back to you, explain yourself. You thought this guy was going to win. Oh,
One
man.
of the most lopsided bad draws in maybe the history of the OCC. Finally starting to find some air units on the regular here.
Man, after this, Bubbles, you better drink some microwaved tea.
Find a new airplane for himself. Skua rarely picked, but could be really useful here with a bit of pin damage. Perhaps thinking about using it with the Shark to do 1 damage, then 2 damage, actually nuking the unit. Get yourself set up for maybe a cast next turn. Of course, you're staring those nukes in the face that you very much know are there. So can you get these planes above 6 health? Probably not.
No. I mean, at this point, you're going through the motions. I don't know what else to say. Um, it's
It's a tilt heavy OCC today.
so I will point out. Do you think that No. 5, this is the deck that he's laddering with, and it's just a bad roll? Or if I had to guess, he
He
this
just quits.
he he had to have just fine-tuned this list into a final list that didn't draw as consistently as he would have hoped, because there's no way that this is his normal experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Both decks that he played against had a better air board. That board that he surrendered to was again 3 air units. He had an air deck that had to play into better air boards in both of those matchups. I don't know how much more emblematic of terrible draw something could be than that.
And Thanatron, I'm curious because obviously nobody wants to draw like that, and these things do happen. You did mention at one point, maybe the deck has gotten a little bit too order heavy. Do you think that might be the case as well, where there just needs to be a little bit of a tweak of the makeup of the deck, or was it just bad draws?
I certainly think it's a conversation no one's going to have with himself after today. It would be very hard for me personally to experience that and then say, no, I'm still confident in this makeup. Like I'm still confident in this, in the logistics of this list of how many plans versus how many orders versus how many of this or that, right? I would definitely be taking a hard look at it. No one has an incredible wealth of experience, right? Both with that deck and with the game in general. So he's going to have the best feeling for it. That's basically his deck. That Soviet ally air, I think, before anybody really saw it on ladder, it was no bringing it to OCCs. And obviously he just won an OCC last month, and that was a deck featured in his lineup. So like he does know the concept works. So it'll be very interesting to see if it's something where he has maybe teched it too far, or maybe it's just a good response to the deck as well. Maybe people are just inserting those couple 1 or 2 more units in their ramp to deal with the fact that there's not that many planes in Brit Air right now.
Mm-hmm. And Corn, I know how ecstatic you are about the results of this matchup. So like we'll play on that a little bit. Obviously the second game was a bit of a mess with no one's hand, but we do see 66 better bringing the only Jagro list. Came out strong in that first matchup. No one was able to stabilize, but the Jagro list that doesn't always have that little extra push at the end was able to come back, finish the game off. Ironically, yeah, with more planes than what no one had. How does 66 better feel about their chances coming out of this first matchup now, with especially going through that Jagro win?
66 better brought a pretty solid lineup. It's gonna, I have to look at the next opponent to see. He's definitely really confident. That whenever you get a win like that, you're really relaxed going into your next match, which can give you a mental edge. You have that. You're relaxed. You have the mental clarity. You're gonna make, slightly marginal better decisions if it ever comes up. So definitely, it is always good to cruise into your next match a little relaxed, but I wouldn't say he's like relaxed to the point where he could slip up. So definitely good chances. I will say for No. 5, C embargo, really important. It gives you, if you have a plane on field, it can give you another plane, so you have a way to spawn units. But he wasn't able to get any early planes to play C embargo to get more units. So in that, that's just gonna overflood you with orders that need units.
And speaking of 66 better's next opponent, let's go ahead and bring up the bracket to see who that is going to be, as we should have our semifinal set at this point as we march into the next stage of this August OCC. There you're going to have it. We got Henry taking on Morphling in our next semifinal. We're going to welcome Bubbles and Spooz back to the caster's desk. In the bottom half of the bracket, we have 66 better 2-0ing No. 5, which we just watched, and Nuff defeats Time Traveler 2-0. All 2-0s in the first round of this quarterfinals. Curious to see if that continues on. Bubbles, anything to read into there with a bunch of 2-0s in the quarterfinals?
It seems like there's two ways the meta is going. There's people that are bringing Brit Air, and there's people that aren't bringing Brit Air. And so far, I mean, there were like 9 orders in hand, and then the next 3 draws or something were all orders. I think Thanatron makes a really good point about maybe Brit Air has become too order heavy. Essentially, your whole deck is you've got a few early game air units, and then the rest of the deck is orders. And if you can get one of these air units, you're often fine because you can use that to generate more air units, and you chain them on and on and on. I also think, though, there's an aspect to look at, and this might be how known feels at the moment, which is you just look at it and you say, 1 in every 2,000 matches, this is going to happen. It just sucks that it happened to be during the OCC.
Is that fair to say, Spooz? You're nodding along, but you go from like, hey, I won the last one to I couldn't draw anything in that matchup. Sometimes you just shrug your shoulders and go like, it happens. We're going to move on.
I mean, I think at this point it doesn't really help that you won the last one because you just fought yourself through the qualifiers as the 3rd finisher last season, and then you just get a really unfortunate out there in round 1. That's I think you can't really recover from that. So it doesn't really help that you won the last one. I think you might be really sad how things did go today.
Yeah, absolutely fair. But let's move forward into our first semifinal here. We're going to have Henry, who had the big upset on Tang Tang, who came first on ladder last season, take it on Morphling. Let's get a quick refresher of the deck list here. Let's go ahead and bring up what Henry has brought to the table. And Bubbles, will have you just give us a quick run through here of the 3 decks.
So yeah, we see 3 France ally decks. We see Japan France, which is a little bit better against aggro with Tora. We see Brit France, which we did see earlier today. It's got a good amount of heal and longevity. And then we see US France, which is a little bit more on the board than these other decks and does have the War Machine to ramp itself a little bit. So three France. God, that's difficult to say. Triple France lineup. And it worked out against Ramp, but we'll see if it works out against Morphling's decks.
Let's go ahead and bring those up. Spooz, you can give us a quick run through of what we're going to see here, but feels like we might see some similar pieces to what Henry saw in the first round.
Yeah, we definitely have ramp list here for Morphlin, so that's bad news for them. But the first list here is the Brit Soviet air list that we just saw no one struggle to win with or to find the necessary early game with. It is quite a good list, but as we just saw, if you don't find your early pieces and you fall behind in the early game, it can be hard to come back with this list. Then we just saw the US Brit ramp list that we just talked about, which is not too good into Henry's lineup. So this will definitely not be banned, and Henry will be happy to face this list again. And then we have the 4th archetype with France ally here, a Germany main, France ally nation. I would call it the mid-range deck maybe. That was the deck I was most wondering about what the real win condition is here. So I'm happy to see that one in action and see how it performs. But I think this might be one of the weaker lists. But I'm happy to be proven wrong here from Morphlane. So yeah, let's see. I'm really excited to go into the semifinal and see how Henry or if Henry can continue with annoying opponents and make everyone cry that plays against them.
That's what you want to see in the OCC, just your opponents crying. So let's take a look at the bans. We'll see which of these decks Morphling is going to be able to bring forward. So Morphling's Brit Air has been banned here. And on Henry's side, also going with the Brit list. So the Brit France mill is taken care of. Bubbles, are we back in the ABB always ban Brit era? Is that what's happening here?
Well, Brits are and have been one of the most consistent decks in competitive gameplay. They have struggled a little bit on ladder when Brit Air hasn't been tier 1. When Brit Air has been further down, they've struggled to keep up with other tempo decks. But Brits just offer so much. They offer powerful draw, and they just offer really consistent gameplay. I think this is why we see this Brit France deck banned. I think we all expected the Brit Air deck banned, but the Brit France deck is being banned because it is, in my opinion, the most stable of the three France allies. You've got a lot of draw, you've got Glamour Boys, you've got these really, really powerful cards. The Japan one we saw, it does risk getting burnt out, and we've not seen the US one, but I think the US one might struggle the most out of all three of them. So I think this Brit one is really, really solid to target. And yeah, Brits just bring a lot to the table as far as competitive is concerned.
Yeah, and on the other hand, there for Morphlin's Brit Air list being banned, it makes absolute sense since Bubbles mentioned earlier that with the mill decks, you usually struggle against aggressive decks in a way, and especially Brit Air. And it absolutely makes sense. You leave the Brit Ramp deck and also this German France deck where I can't really see a win condition. It's not playing too many units, so it kind of helps you with your game plan in a way. All the big threats, you just send them back to hand, so your opponent has not really a way to flood the board where you usually struggle against. So bans make absolute sense here, and we might see Henry just dominating again.
Bubbles, you did mention that you think the Brit France list is probably the strongest of the three. And forget my question. Let's just get into this first semifinal as we get into game one, where Henry's bringing that US list against Morphling's Germany list. So let's see, Spooz, what this German list is all about.
Absolutely interested to see. And
I think a core card here for Morphling is this Comet, right? If Comet gets overdrawn, maybe you just lose the game on the spot. If you get Comet in hand, maybe Henry just loses the game. Like this Comet being 4 damage per turn, I think is the card to look out for in this matchup.
yeah, and with this US list, you don't really have a guard, so there's not a lot to stop the constant chipping from the Comet. Absolutely. So maybe you do a full mulligan here and just look for that Comet to arrive
Air
in your hand.
defense is a way of dealing with Comet. However, Henry is going to have to hold it for a long time and make sure Morphling has no other ways of checking for the Comet. Both players having reasonable hands. Henry not finding the War Machine that they were probably hoping for, and Morphling has a very aggressive hand. It will be interesting to see if we see the Careless Talk come out. I think, yeah, just hold on to it because you really don't want it to hit the Jasko. And if Henry draws the Jasko and deploys it, that's a wasted Careless.
Oh, what is being played here?
I'm
what
not
was
even
that
gonna
card?
try. I'm not even gonna try, Spooz. I knew when I saw that card that I was like, oh, not this
The
card.
new Zerstörer, right? This is the new Zerstörer.
We see Algerians and Half Track both being good options here for Henry. You can bounce this this countermeasure boy, and this forces Morphling into an awkward position because they need to play it to empty their hand, but when they play it, they get more countermeasures. And countermeasures can just sit in hand for a really long time if Henry doesn't activate them. We see Morphling overdrawing the Annihilation, a relatively strong card that Morphling would be sad to see go. And this is a difficult spot now because there's not really anything you can do to clear your hand unless Henry pops a countermeasure. But
He could play Heinkel but not operate it. That's the way. But other than that, sure, you can hope to activate a Careless Talk and hope the opponent plays something into it.
I think you might have to activate the Careless Talk. Goes for the front line. I mean, on the one hand, if you overdraw, at least you're smacking face for 3. But Henry, able to go Honor and Loyalty and War Machine. Morphling, overdrawing Tactical Strike and a 5e Chasseurs. God, I really need to work on my French and German. We see it Lightning Strike, a powerful card here for Morphling, able to offer some good face damage, as well as a relatively easy countermeasure to trigger. However, Henry doesn't have any direct draw available.
He has
just going to go for the production order and say, you know what, you're just going to keep overdrawing. There goes the Errado. Not the worst overdraw for Morphling. The Comet is the card to look out for. Now we see, I think we're probably going to see this go into an oil, right? I think oil is the way Morphling wants to take this.
Sure.
Dump this hand a little bit.
Yeah, that's the best way to empty their hand.
Does
Might-
also draw an additional card, I believe, now.
Yep, exactly. So it doesn't really help with managing your hand size, but at least you get the credits in to play more than one card a turn,
Now,
other than the
Morphling has to
countermeasures.
figure out, do I put up 2 countermeasures or do I move this to the front line? Just goes for the double countermeasures.
Ooh, makes it kind of obvious
Henry
now,
just says,
right?
go again. Your turn. Doesn't even mind. Am I correct? That was
I-
it looks like Henry passed the turn, no?
It did, yeah?
Oh, we might be in limp. Ah, there we go.
Yeah.
Panzer 3H, and then we see the synthetic oil come out. And Henry now able to deploy units or do something as no countermeasures are active. Only the 0K1s are available for Morphling, which you wouldn't be too worried about if you're Henry. We see the ramp come out, floats the 5, overdraws the Sky Barons, has the
Ooh.
shifting attack available, 17 credits. You got to get these units down.
But still, what do you play here? Do you just play
There
all
is
your
a
board?
method to the madness of using Hype Pool, because if you're going to overdraw, you may as well pick what you're overdrawing. Like, you may as well pick the card in your hand and have more control over what's getting overdrawn. We now see the combined arms coming out. However, Howcat dealing double damage to tanks will be able to one-shot this tank no matter how big it gets. This 35T.
So, like to see. I mean, there's a stranglehold activated, so this Hellcat
Yeah.
is not going anywhere.
I'd like this. Oh, just goes for the bounce, puts a second combined arms tank down. Morphling putting on the pressure on Henry. Will Henry get tripped up by this countermeasure?
Definitely need some answers with its stranglehold activated.
Morphling getting ready to attack. Now Henry.
Bomber Mafia is not doing a lot here. The high altitude. I mean,
High altitude is playing with fire, but you may need to in
Yeah.
this position. However, the issue is, if you're not deploying a unit, guess what? Next turn, Stranglehold again. Do you see the Bomber Mafia coming out? Then we see the B-24 getting found, puts these back down to 2/2s, eats the Stranglehold with no credits left.
Huge.
What a huge find from Henry.
really well played there. The suppression on the. Also
Look
giving
for
them one
another
operation
countermeasure.
cost now.
Foiled plans could be big. Foiled plans means we could see an 8 damage burn come out here. Now, Morphling. He wants to pressure HQ. Could very quickly find lethal with the forward plans. So much burn potential, and it's just costing
imagine.
1 credit to put it up each turn.
I mean,
There's no way you go high out this turn. It's not worth it. Surely not. But there's 2 credits there's 2 credits floating, so
goes for more healing, more ramp.
now we see air defense is activated. However, Henry does have the option to unactivate it, playing around
Wow,
the
nice
Stranglehold.
board clear.
You see, he put the countermeasure up, so if Stranglehold got triggered, it was already activated, and he can then deactivate it to get back the 2 credits and finish trading with the unit, or he can just keep it up. It's very nice. But now Morphling taking out the bomber. These 5Es doing so much work, and are we just going to see this burn being activated again? I mean, this is a beautiful high altitude turn for Henry.
This
He's
is
surely
really-
going to go for it.
Really tempting to go for the high altitude here. Oh, he's not activating it.
Didn't activate it!
Why? I mean,
But there's a research. He might not go for it this turn. The research might come out. It pays off. I mean, it doesn't make any difference, but
That's why I like the Aufklärung so much. So this 2-credit guy that gives you a countermeasure. Like the opponent has to take so much into consideration here.
He's good at
So many
trading as well.
countermeasures.
And this is going to fill Henry's hand up with retributions. But you know what these retributions are going to mean? This is going to mean that these foiled plans aren't doing much damage anymore.
That's right, yeah.
You could go for the compromise first, start filling up Henry's hand. The issue is you're then healing Henry and getting these lethals further away because you do have so much burn potential in hand. We might see Envelop coming out here. Or the missing would have also, but
Yeah, this talk is interesting.
now we see goes for the compromises, decides to overdraw additional cards instead of trying to overdraw a retribution. Naval Bombardment, Henry is okay with seeing that go.
2 mill decks playing against each other. What did we come to here?
I mean, deck size may become relevant soon. However, for the moment, Henry has enough pressure where deck size is not the major factor.
Ooh, not the best spot here for Morphlin right now. Way more value in Henry's hand.
Finding the retributions, healing up, getting rid of that unit, and we see the US research being developed. However, this means now foiled plans once again becomes really powerful. As 6 damage for 1 credit, you are more than happy with. Honor and Loyalty finds a great way of getting rid of the blue and gray.
And there we go. Instantly removing that threat. I can't really see a way how Morphling wins that game here. Henry healed himself up to 23.
And now the decks, I think they're going to start to become a relevant factor. How many cards are left for each player?
I think Henry might have a few more.
It does look like Henry has the advantage. And we see
Yeah,
15
wow,
to
huge
20.
one. 5 card advantage.
However, those cards for Henry, they're in his hand. We
Ooh,
see
look at
Phony
this.
War. It's going to settle the difference, but hit the face for 5 damage with the foiled plans. Compromise. Gonna heal up a little bit, but then take some more damage with the lightning strike. A good amount of damage from Morphling this turn. However, still 20 HP for Henry. We're gonna see a naval bombardment, get rid of the 4/4. Now, Morphling. Correct me if I'm wrong, Comet is still in deck.
I haven't seen her this match yet, so it should still be there. So Morphlin should be really careful about their
I'd like to
overdraws
see
here.
Annihilation. I mean, look at this hand. You know there's this big bomber, and you know there's this big research. You've got some good odds of hitting something useful. Gonna save it and go for the tactical, though. I would have liked to see tactical held back, as this can deal with these bombers that get hit by Careless Talk. You hit a big bomber with Careless Talk, you finish it off with this tactical strike, but instead deciding to go for maximum pressure, hitting the HQ for 7, moving to the front line.
Playing straight into... Oh, not really. Never mind.
Now Henry has to combat against the board, but does have to consider the stranglehold possibility here, because you don't know which countermeasures Morphling is holding if you are Henry.
Yeah, not just that. Also, another foiled plans would be really devastating here if you just play another 6 or 8 credit order. Not
But we
the
see again,
easiest
floating the
situation.
countermeasure first. It is the way to go. Half track coming down, bouncing the Nash tube, setting up the high altitude bombing.
Okay, at least
Leaves
get
the
the biggest unit.
3/4. However, it will get delayed by the second half track. Leopold might just be worth putting down to apply some pressure. I mean, it is almost Henry's entire turn to deal with this Leopold with this B-24, and it does let you then kill the B-24. Could also go for the Reichsbank, try and set up a huge turn soon. This Annihilation is looking better and better. And he's going to go for it. Hits the air defense, which means that Comet is now safe from everything if it is something Morphling doesn't overdraw. Now Henry needs to deal with this board and needs to deal with it right now. Does not have the health to play around here. Compromise draws an Errado and an Honor and Loyalty. Comet
no
is still
Comet.
somewhere in this deck. Cadistalk going to set up the Retribution to die this turn. And just goes straight for the 4 damage plus 2 HP. Deals with the board,
there it
and
is.
there's the Comet. In its golden glory is going to come out and start hitting the HQ here from Henry. And Henry's air defense is gone. How do you deal with this? You can't. You
Nothing to
have
stop
to
this Comet
race.
now.
You've got to race. There's no other way. But with the deck size being small and a good amount of damage in Henry's hand, racing is possible.
What is that 6 credit retribution there? Find 2
I
retributions?
assume,
Yeah,
the
develop.
develop 2. So a slightly slower route, but could find you tools to better deal with the board. I mean, if you can find the Retribution that distributes a unit's damage to the board, this could mean a lot of damage very quickly with this B24. Now, Morphling's deck size starting to look probably around 7 cards left, and Henry, I think we're about
5,
14.
6, yeah.
So
Not too much.
not many left for either player. Gonna Honor and Loyalty the Errado, speed up this this draw. Now these compromises aren't looking good, but I can see a Leopold and a Comet coming out in the same turn, which forces Henry to deal with the Leopold, at which point this Comet is just hitting face. But you know what we have sitting in hand with that 1k left? This beautiful little Errado that's going to block the Bomber. So Henry is going to have to half track and then go for the B24. And he's going to be taking significant damage in doing so.
There comes the B2040.
You can give it the 0 op cost, but you still got to go for this half track. Get rid of this this fighter. He's going for the Retribution first.
Ooh, that's risky. How much is it? Yeah, okay, it's 3. It's not that risky. Oh, not
Risky
killing.
enough. The half track to come out, and I would have liked to seen that
Oh,
saved for when it was
Morphling out of
guaranteed to
cards.
be more damage to face. Morphling is out of cards. Henry is on 13 HP. Morphling has an Errado and a Comet.
And what?
This
We
is
might
only-
actually see penicillin here, just to heal yourself back up for 6.
These Honor and Loyalties could buy so much time here for Morphling. The Penicillin might be the call. I mean, it is a significant chunk of HP. It's 2 extra turns against this Comet, but it does draw you some additional cards. Now, are we going to see double Honor and Loyalty, or are we going to see the second one saved? Going to save it for now.
Oh my god, what is that match?
And he's saving up for the Penicillin next turn. Now, I expect we'll see second Honor and Loyalty. You can't afford to go for the Maelstrom. It is too slow. You need to be quicker than this. It's starting to look like Henry's game with this healing from a Penicillin. I don't see Morphling being able to take the distance.
I mean, that's still a lot of HP and a lot of turns until he reached 0.
It is, but you know, it's 4 damage per turn. That's all it's going to be. It's going to take 4 turns for Morphling to kill you with this Comet. And there's no point where Morphling is going to get the advantage on fatigue. The deck is just too far gone at this point.
There comes the penicillin.
Does reduce the
Oh, look
yeah,
at this!
still
Honor, loyalty, and compromise found here from
Loyalty.
Henry.
3-turn lethal, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think.
Yeah, especially with
With
the
honor and
compromise.
loyalty and compromise, Henry should better close out the game this turn.
There comes the honor.
3 damage. And then we're going to see another 9 damage coming out, but there will be some healing. Not
Oh.
lethal this turn, but it should be close enough to the point where Morphling can no longer win. The healing as well from Compromise buys you a little bit of extra time, but now we see no cards left in deck for either player.
Oh my god.
3 turns for the Comet kill. However, Henry
Yeah, has a huge board
putting
here.
on the pressure.
Another B24D. Yeah, this might be Henry's game.
6 damage to hand. Morphling is dead next turn, not going to find lethal. And that's going to be Henry taking a 1-0 lead, keeping up this win rate. And we'll be left with the Japan-France mill deck. Morphling will get to pick between a ramp deck and this Germany-France deck. I expect we'll see ramp coming out again. Morphling knows his time is up. I want to see a phony war. I want to see a phony war. Take yourself out the honorable way with this phony war.
I think he's just thinking if there's any way.
You got a phony war.
How much damage did he receive from? It should not be 11 damage, right?
Way too much. Look at this.
It was 3. Okay.
Yeah,
so-
19 extra damage. Henry takes a 1-0 lead, still going strong with the full France lineup. Now we see
Insane.
Japan-France left does have some more guards to combat the potential comets. But we have seen Ramp trying its best to burn out this Japan-France deck, and it is certainly a lot closer. So we might see Ramp coming out here.
Do you think?
I
Can we not
think
see
it's
the-
certainly not as bad as it is against one of the other mill decks.
All right, I'm really excited. I want to see this German deck in action again. Didn't really convince me in the first match, so I'd like to see more of that. But actually, a ramp might be the better option here.
But we see Germany
with the German
against
deck.
Japan, France. Yeah. No early plays here from Henry. These countermeasures have not been doing work for Morphling, unfortunately. These careless talks just not finding any targets to hit. We
Yeah,
just
and that
see
one
Compromise
stranglehold was
coming out.
perfectly played around. So yeah,
Yeah.
as you said, in this matchup, the countermeasures are kind of useless. Oh,
There goes the
Heinkel.
Heinkel. We do see the Reichsbank coming out very early on. Henry can go for a unit now, knowing the coast is clear. However, Morphling is the one needing to apply pressure here and not Henry. As a Morphling is already further into the deck, so Henry currently has the lead.
I
could
like it how
see
we just defining lead by having less cards left in the deck. What did
It's
cards
true.
become? What did we come to here? What is happening? Yeah, I mean you're right, but I just find it funny.
You know what it
that-
reminds me of? You remember the World Championship where
Yeah,
Ollie and Admirable had to cast the Resistance Mirror,
yeah,
and we
might
got off
come back to
lucky with
this.
aggro matches.
And they just had a 2-hour series.
Sat on a sofa, ate some pastries. Well, Ollie had to do that. We see Kurame overdrawn as well as a Kurame in hand. So that is the guards mainly accounted for. There are the Takasakis as well.
What is
Now,
happening
Call to the
here?
Colonies overdrawn from Morphling, as well as a Panzer Grenadier overdraw. This is a really awkward hand here from Morphling. And this Germany deck, it seems to have so much that it wants to do, but it just doesn't seem to be able to do it against Henry because Henry just isn't doing anything. Morphling's deck is so reactive to what your opponent is doing. You're bouncing their units with honor and loyalty. You're using countermeasures to kill their units. You're responding to their units with this 5v. It's such a reactive deck, and Henry is overcoming a reactive deck by just not doing anything.
Yeah, what you're doing here if you're Morphlin? I mean, probably just.
Morphling is essentially playing against himself. It's just a game of solitaire.
We might just see another honor and loyalty. There it comes.
Yeah, and what are we going to overdraw this time? Another Panzer Grenadier, a great
Wow.
card for Morphling. And the 90s, all of Morphling's threats are going one by one. And you can already see Morphling's deck size is smaller than Henry's, which is the main win con available for Henry.
Oh, and all these options just give you more
It
cards
just gives
back
you
into
more
your hand.
stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, and look, you want some more units that give you more things. Do you want an annihilation? There's nothing to target. Do you want to maelstrom your own board? I mean, what are you taking here?
Oh, I think it's still Annihilation, probably. Yeah.
I mean, at least you can annihilation one of your own units.
No, you can't. You can't.
That is, I mean, it could hit a Kurame. That's a pretty large hit. But Morphling just overdrawing to Henry over and over again.
Oh my lord.
I mean, we're seeing Henry play on average like one card every 3 turns. Now we see Honor and Loyalty, Leopold, and the 5e. Gonna take the Leopold as it is a large threat. Now, Henry, we may see some orders coming out. Deal with this board. Gonna see the raiding. It does lose Blitz, but it still gets its deployment effect, which is the main benefit.
Yeah, so it no longer has Blitz now.
Are we gonna see some countermeasures on board for Henry here? Could Henry have countermeasures stuck in hand as well? No, I think Morphling is under more pressure and is forced to do things. Whoa. That is an interesting choice. I struggle to remember the card's name by hand, but it
Scatter
reduces the
tactics?
attack. Pardon?
Scatter tactics?
Scatter tactics, that is it. It reduces the attacks of it reduces the attack of units that attack that turn. So it can be really powerful for setting up sort of combat tricks and trades. Now we see Morphling putting on the card draw. And if we could take a look at the deck sizes in a moment, I think we'll see Morphling having a substantially smaller deck.
Might be 4 cards, would be my guess. I mean, wasn't this game about just units fighting each other and not just sending stuff back into the opponent's deck? And like both players are not doing a lot on board; they're just fighting their decks. At least Morphling found the comet here.
Yeah, but with the countermeasures available for Henry, Henry might be able to snipe the comet. Finds the missing. So not going to be sniping the comet, but there is a guard available. Could be a really strong Leopold turn. 11 to 17 in the cards. I really want to see Leopold come out here. Get rid of this guard. Get rid of these units. If it dies, it dies.
Let's see.
I mean, at least if it dies, you then cleared way for the comet, right? I'd rather lose a Leopold than a comet in this matchup.
Might go for another synthetic oil here.
Well, you've got to do something with all these credits then. Just gonna end the turn.
Oh, he goes for... What is he going for? The U-boat or...
I think you've got to go U-boat. I don't think your RAM project does anything for you here. What, you get rid of these 1/1s?
Yeah.
What do you care? You move this unit up to the front line.
Ooh.
Careless Talk does hit your 5e, so it makes the trade a little bit more awkward, but Henry doesn't mind too much. Now, so many answers in hand for pretty much everything other than Comet here available for Henry, but I fear Comet might be too slow to turn this around. Now, Morphling in a difficult spot. We'll probably need to play the Arado to check for countermeasures. Going to go for the U-boat first. I'd kind of like to see the Arado come out before the U-boat, just to get the odds of the U-boat slightly better on more important cards. You know, you're assuming it's a careless talk. You're assuming it's some sort of countermeasure. You can see 2 discards come out here this turn. The only downside with the Arado is you draw a card, and you really don't want to draw cards right now. Gets rid of the missing.
Honestly, I don't really understand the annihilations in this deck. Like, usually you want your opponent to overdraw, and with these discards, you help them not overdraw. I mean, it makes your
It is
phony
a
war a
bit of
little
a
bit better.
non-combo, yeah. I guess maybe it's just a good way of hard-killing mid-range units. But it does feel like a bit of a non-combo. Tagasaki gets overdrawn. Still holding back on this U-boat. Waiting for a bigger threat. Gonna see Tora coming out just to clear hand and do a bit of damage. The Arado overdraw as well as the Careless Talk. Not very important overdraws. I just fear that Morphling's ability to do 54 damage before fatigue kills him.
Oh, I can't stop laughing about this match. Like, what the frick is this?
Double France mirror is something.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting, but also it kind of isn't. Like, it doesn't want to draw with the Arado, so he bounced them first.
Compromise overdraw, but now we see another countermeasure available for Henry, and
he can also just pull the
just
Leopold to the front line.
You could just pop this countermeasure and pin the units. Get a guy into the front line, right? This gives you a Panzer J in the front line.
Sure, but
Yes, look at
goes
this.
for the pin under fire, yeah, and then is he activating it?
You got to activate it, right? This is just a unit in the front line. Start being down face. You can go for the bombing raid to get rid of these units. Holding it for now.
I mean, what do you do with this unit? You have to take out the Leopold?
Smack the HQ, just smack.
And then you take out the Leopold with the bombing raid? Or...
Yeah.
Okay.
Or with the commit the reserves.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you've reached that 12 credit slot where it no longer has any downside. It's just 2k kill a unit with 12 attack or less, which is pretty darn efficient.
Yeah. Sounds...
We do see shifting attack, so you can duplicate the comet damage, you know, go for 4 damage, go for the shifting. Gonna go for it right now. But like maybe you want to hold it back until it's more damage, until it's like more important to get the surprise damage, you know? Maybe mess up Henry's calculations a little bit.
Yeah, sure. That makes sense. Oh, we did
Out
not...
the Mist. Are we going to see a stolen Leopold here? Go for the Out the Mist. I'd like to see the Desperate Measures instead of the Bombing Raid, but doesn't make too much of a difference. Going to steal the Leopold. Now, Stolen Leopold is usually one of the best cards in the game, but I actually think in this matchup, pretty darn meaningless. It's just a 1-1 artillery. Now we see a bridge too far activated, a 4-5 in the front line. Morphling does have the answer to this though, straight away.
Retaliation, giving 4 damage back.
These decks are getting rather thin.
Yeah, I think they might be equal in deck sizes now.
I think Henry might be 1 or 2 cards ahead.
Yeah, okay, I can agree on
barely
one.
any. It's really close. Honor and Loyalty can get rid of that advantage from Henry, and now has to decide.
Yeah, I think Honor and Loyalty is better.
Go for the Honor and Loyalty, yeah. I mean, Henry can blitz it from hand, but I think you make peace with that. And now Morphling is starting to look like they have the favor here. Dragon Slayer overdrawn. And this is starting to look like Morphling's game. You could just go for the Maelstrom.
Morphling out of cards.
You don't even need to, right? Just clear the board, you can go for the Annihilation and the
Keyboard.
U-boat and just eat away at Henry's hand. Gets rid of the Leopold, gets rid of the 5E, and says you can have that guy. I don't mind. You could go for the 5E here and move up your own comet to the front line. And what this means is you don't, because you are forced to target something with this. You'd otherwise be forced to target the 4-2 Tojo. So by playing it on your own comet, that means you can actually move him to the front line. Henry would then be forced to respond, and we're getting to the point where there's the 4 cards left in Henry's deck.
That's a lot, actually.
That is a large number of cards, so Henry unlikely to die to fatigue.
Oh, and the Phony War found that.
Phony War.
Goes for
Gonna
it
do so
instantly.
much damage here.
And here's another one.
And we're just going to see the double Phony War coming out. Both players taking fatigue, but look at this damage. And this puts Morphling behind on the race. Morphling can no longer win this game with a Comet race.
Double Phony War. So that just meant Henry refilled his hand. Morphling not drawing any cards since there are no left. So the double
That's
Phony War.
game. That's got to be game. There's no way you can come back from this.
No. 25 damage only with a comment.
8 damage. Next turn you are dead, Morphling. Henry takes another 2-0 lead, going to the finals without dropping a single match with this full France lineup.
Moly. GG.
And
yeah, really well played.
Henry playing these so well and just storming his way to the finals. Hasn't dropped a single match. There's been a couple that looked close, but overall these series have seemed so good for Henry, and it seemed like you said earlier, Spooz, they read the meta and they picked the right decks to combat it.
I think that's something that, in the first round, we saw Henry pretty much run over Tang Tang pretty well. This matchup felt a lot different, though, and it could be the makeup of the decks. I mean, Spooz, you were talking a little bit about that Germany-France deck that you were trying to figure out what the win condition was, but it kind of felt like we got into that first game and neither deck had a win condition, and they just were going to sit there and go like, well, one of us is going to run out of cards, and Henry said it's not going to be me.
Yeah, I mean, Henry was just better at doing nothing, and therefore just getting the win here. I mean, at some point, especially in the second match, it was just you deploy a unit, I send it back. You deploy a unit, I send it back. Here, take 2 more cards. It was, I don't know. It wasn't really the game we want to see, but we're here today, and I think Henry fought really well. At some point, there were some points in the matches where we thought, oh, Morphling might have this game, but Henry perfectly turning this around, especially with this double Phony War at the end now. Yeah, that was just really good and well played from Henry.
So I wish I'd kept better track of it, but something which is really important for these France mirrors is who goes first and who goes second. And I like I said, I wish I'd kept better track of it, but it's a really important factor. And we saw over and over again, Morphling was put in the position where they had just 1 or 2 cards left, 1 or 2 less cards in deck than Henry had. But this put Morphling into a position where they had to act because they would eventually lose the fatigue battle just by a couple cards difference. And when Morphling was forced to act, then Henry could respond and make this difference even greater. So we saw a slight advantage for Henry, forcing Morphling to act, and Morphling being forced to act spelled their doom, because whoever acts first in these matchups is usually the one that loses.
Yeah, I'll agree that matchup felt like Morphling did the best that they could given this situation, but I think Henry's just playing on another level right now, and that's what brought them to the finals. So we've got one more semifinal left. Let's go ahead and bring up the bracket here as we swap around the old casters and get the head of the 66 Better fan club in here. We've got 66 Better taking on Nuff in the second semifinals. We just watched Henry go 2-0 again against Morphling, bringing their France-filled mill list. So we got Thanatron back, we've got Cornguy back, we got 66 Better taking on Nuff. And I lied. The head of the 66 Better fan club, Ohio Corn Guy himself, seems to be missing in action here. So We'll just go dive into the decks, do a quick recap of what we got here. So Thanatron, you're on double duty for the moment. Let's take a look at what 66 betters got rocking here as we get you you ready for the second semifinal.
All right. So first up with 66 better, we have a Japan Germany, which is the same kind of Jagro that we're sort of used to, that we've already seen today. And then next we have his German US, which has a little bit of ramp, but also has some mid-range stuff as well, kind of bridging that gap between those two. And then the last deck here, we have just straight ramp. We have our US Brit ramp, tons of retributions, something that the game has become very accustomed to.
Let's take a flip over to Nuff on the other side of things. Have not seen Nuff compete on stream yet, playing in the offline quarterfinal, but you can see all of the deck lists on demand here on the pre-show. Otherwise, Thanatron will be happy to take you through these quickly.
So what we see here is someone that definitely values what US is bringing to the table. We see it in all three decks. We start off with a straight up US deck. What is interesting here is that this is not a ramp deck. What we have, most of the US decks in today's tournament, in the past couple tournaments, have been ramped. That has been the archetype that US has really lent itself to and become very powerful. But here we see more of a frontline, akin to what we knew from the US for years and years. Then we move into the Brit deck, and here is where we will see the ramp. We'll see the Brit base ramp with the US on top, which is also definitely very popular. And then lastly, we see, again, sort of a German ramp, but not a ton of ramp. Looks like just the 4 war machines in there, so really kind of feeling out that mid-range. Oh no, I'm sorry, I do see 2 ASW patrols, so I will go ahead and call that a straight ramp deck as well.
Right on. Thank you so much, Thanatron. Let's go ahead and take a peek at the bans here and see which of these lists the players will actually get to play. This is the final best of 3 with 1 ban. 66 better, losing that Jagro list that we saw take a win in the first series. On the other side, Nuff is going to lose the Brit US ramp list. So that will give us the players and the decks we will see compete here in the second semifinal. We have found Cornguy. I just have to assume you were preparing yourself both mentally, physically, and spiritually for 66 betters semifinal here, Corn. Is that correct?
You could say that. Not much preparation. Excuse me. Not much preparation needed to favor 66 in this matchup. Just ride with my initial pick, and ready to see him take down Henry.
I mean, you're already jumping ahead to the finals here. 66 betters got to go through Nuff first, but with Thanatron, if we're looking at the bans now, we saw 66 betters Jagro list get banned. Otherwise, betters bring in kind of 2 other mid-range ramp type of decks. Is that just what people were expecting to see this tournament? A lot of ramp, a lot of sort of mid-range stuff. Let's take the Jagro out of here because I know what I'm expecting in these other 2.
Yeah, I think so. There's a lot of War Machine around, right? And whether you're bringing like 4 War Machines and kind of curving out more towards the mid-range, or you're bringing maybe some more ramp, or even you're just bringing the 4 War Machine for, let's say, like just like Blitz Doctrine and nothing else, which is something that we've seen a lot on ramp, but not a lot today. Which I think is very interesting, right? Blitz Doctrine just got those slight nerfs, both pieces of Blitz Doctrine costing 1 more credit, and we certainly see it way less. So that has enabled things like ramp, and then that ramp proliferation has enabled the mill that we are also enjoying, right? So the ecosystem is definitely moving and changing here. So it'll be very interesting.
Well, let's get into the first game here of our second semifinal. 66 better taking on Nuff.
Thanks, Christo. Nuff has a good mulligan. He's hard stuck the 99th, which is an interesting choice when you don't have any other 1-drops in your hand. He really trusted the algorithm to feed him a 1-drop, and it delivered. He really is taking a strong early lead with that mulligan.
Yeah, certainly something you can a gamble that you can go for when you're going first. And also recognizing that, the best way to beat ramp is to go under it, right? And what we usually mean by going under it is being fast with small units
Oof.
to just push that down. So we're already doing 5 damage on turn 3, and we're set up for, let's see, I can do math, 7 damage on turn 4. You don't have
Mm-mm.
the time to ramp, and
No,
all the time
no,
that you've
no.
spent ramping has been, not really great for your current whereabouts.
Thanatron, there is a Blitzkrieg in hand, so that is way more than 7 damage.
That's true. 66 better not, definitely not aware of that, but everyone at home is.
Go ahead and put him down to 1.
Yeah, 1. I almost
All
would think that
right.
you could maybe draw and just do 3, but perhaps with both units left alive, 1 damage is going to be too much for
So
66 better to be able to come up with.
66 is going second. He didn't necessarily find the tools such as sudden strikes, flampanzers to hard counter this as much as he would have liked. It wasn't a bad hand. I will say where we are now is more of a result of Nuff's uh, what I would describe as a risky mulligan that paid off, because when you only have 4 cards and you're keeping a 2-drop of the 99th, you really need to find a 1-drop, and he found it. But if
Frontline
he didn't,
currently, yeah, and Frontline currently, I think, being thought of generally as weaker than Ramp as well for what you can bring with the US deck. So kind of embracing a little bit of risk, just bringing this deck before we even talk about, that the what was on the line for that mulligan.
yeah, that German engineer really showing how strong it can be, providing a lot of value here. 66 is going to be able to come in, clog the front line up. He's not out of the weeds yet, folks.
And
But it
super
looks a
interesting, right? We didn't know, and obviously Neff didn't know that he was going to draw
oh
his Devil's Brigade, which could have ended the game with the Blitzkrieg.
yeah,
Is that might be why he's shaking it
yeah.
right now?
He he had to have. I don't know why you don't just put him down to 1 HP and just say, "Nana and Boo Boo, I'm gonna find a Devil's Brigade for you." And instead, he might be punished for that. He might see the reverse sweep. A big find. A big find. Oh man.
Moves it to the front line. 66 better, understanding the assignment here. Yep. And a nice combined arms on that. Hellcat enabling that
Wow.
to be cleared. I think we have to see Leo here. No, interesting. What are we doing about this here Hellcat? Because that Hellcat with Blitzkrieg is all that's needed. 99th as well.
I
Can
think he
really stack
said
up the damage. Now we're going a slow route. We better hope for a blitzer here, and even that with a 35T might not be enough.
I think he realized that Leopold was either too slow or outright losing with the Blitz tanks and the Blitzkrieg most likely already in hand. So
We move up Noxshib, which is gonna hopefully buy us a turn here with we can still no, not even that really with the way, that's definitely a moving up Noxshib is definitely probably the best outcome there. Just gonna
yeah,
draw maybe duress for the Greif. No, we're just gonna make a
that's
big Sherman.
got to be it. I mean, 66 doesn't even have the possibility of perhaps Maelstrom. So
only 9 credits to work with here. Don't really have, so we could sacrifice 99th, not take its deployment effect, but just use it to activate the deployment effect for. Yep, no, we're just gonna take out Leopold. Pretty good. Working quickly here for Nuff.
Nuff's still really in charge of this. The contest doctrine is strong, but it is slow with this nerf. It is, so it's better to find in the late game, not when you're trying to hold on to your seat. This
Yeah, a lot of
Reichsbank.
people even taking Reichsbank just for that. So, man, at some point, the 99th, I'm sorry, the 35T from the Panzergren, generating the 35T, and then the Greyhound and Combined Arms and Blitzkrieg can put this away. So how do you set up that turn? I would think that you are trying to get Panzergren to the front line now. Interesting.
It seems like the win condition is going to be who can control the front line.
I was gonna say I definitely understand just taking another Sherman here. And again, more blitz tanks. You're trying to put together your Krieg turn, finish this off nice and easy. Gonna go face here. Yep, we only need 6 now. We've got plenty of units to do that. We've got a blitz in hand. A lot going on right now. 66 thinks this 3's got so much money. Has to be so careful. That's got to probably be for the Sherman here, I'd imagine. We can't let that Sherman live. Yeah, and we can do it. Very nice. Sets up a value trade for 66 better.
Moment
Right,
of
I do
tension.
apologize.
No. Moment of tension. I mean, Nuff's knows he already could have won and sees these units in the front line clogging the victory he so rightly deserves.
He definitely did not want the game to go on this long. Longer it goes, bodes so much better for ramp. Both contest doctrines now. We're gonna start coming out. We'll start getting some big beefy boys. Try to control this board. Put frontline away. And it is interesting, right? As you mentioned astutely about how much of a gamble 66, or I'm sorry, Nuff took with his opening mulligan, but then he took the conservative play by not playing the Blitzkrieg and just drawing, which even I thought at the time was incredibly reasonable. But we stated at the beginning of this game that the whole point of this was to try to play under the ramp deck to try to go fast, and that would have obviously been a much faster play. Still setting it up here though. We still have 3 damage from the Strat Bomb, as well as plenty of fast units right here for the Blitzkrieg.
Oh man, this is so back and forth. I mean, this is definitely a way more enjoyable match in terms of on the board gameplay than what we're seeing over there. Not that I dislike, the occasional control
occasional mill
mirror, but
matchup.
an occasional
This,
mill matchup.
This
You gotta-
seems like a great time here for that strat bomb, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
6-6 has a lot of cards in hand, but they're all pretty heavy or slow. If he can deal with it this turn, which he will be able to, enough might be out, especially if he can hit this Blitzkrieg with the discard. Oh,
He does. Unitless, left with only only a
oh
suppressed.
boy.
Oh, hard times.
You know, Nuff knows that he could have won this. That 6-6 just has plot armor. It's just, I had the script ahead of time. I had
This
the answers
is,
to the test.
and then the Sherman draw. He was holding a blitz unit with the Sherman. It's too late now. There's not going to be anything that he can
Yeah.
salvage up, and he's just going to move on. Really excellent play by 66 better to claw that back, and very interesting at how hard that conservative, one single conservative play sort of blew back up in Nuff's face.
Yeah, it's a surprising play, really, to not put your opponent down to 1 HP. What is he gonna? His only healing in that situation would be the "we can do it." Did he have? He didn't have up and fist stone. So I mean, I don't know why he didn't put him down to 1 HP. He must
Again,
have. I don't know.
against a deck with no guard and basically, as you said, just that one healing of 3 in the whole deck, it does seem to have been the most apt move.
Yeah,
Enough now considering whether to go back in with frontline into another ramp matchup,
he had
and that is what
three
he does.
ways three ways to deal damage from hand, both Devil's Brigades and the Strat Bomb. And he didn't trust that he would be able to find any of them fast enough. I don't know.
A good start here for 66 better, able to go first, which enables him to clear that unit with the Albacore, the buff not going to anything, nothing else on the board. Those Albacores, this is not an air deck. Those Albacores are only in there for those early plays, or maybe as something that you can top deck late to save your bacon against a big unit, a big ground unit. It'll be interesting to see if Nuff plays this any different, as last time, he started to go fast and then slowed a bit down, lost to ramp that way. We'll see if he plays this game with any notable, visible extra aggression from the last game.
Yeah, 66, no War Machine on curve. He'll have it next turn, but the board already looks relatively threatening, especially considering Blitzkrieg in the deck.
Nuff will not be able to turn 4 Sherman, but it looks like turn 5 Sherman is probably guaranteed with the 1-cost blitzer from hand, US blitzer.
I really like the Hellcat into the infantry here. I mean, the Devil's Brigade does the job, but you forfeit the ping that could have been used for example, on the Draw Boy.
2 Kriegs in Nuff's deck. So that is something that 66 sort of has to contend with the entire time. Knowing that, it's not just a one-off. It's not something that, he has to sort of high roll into to play an early Krieg. There is 2 of them, so very easy to have one late game and one early game, or anywhere in between.
Calmly plays a Glamour Boy. Says your board can't handle my glamour. No Blitzkrieg in hand yet, but 66 probably at this point has to assume that there is one to be
And with
safe.
ooh, the war bonds really nice. I was about to say 66 better, kind of struggling to find ramp or opportunities where he can play the little bit of ramp that he did find, which is allowing Nuff to just kind of build this big board. And the answers that 66 better has for a big board are definitely there, but they're expensive, right? So how
Yeah,
much early
really,
game?
really crucial is he now has the ability to get the 2 damage to all the units from the Bomber Mafia. It's going to be interesting how Nuff plays around that. He has to take notice that that is now on the board. So is he going to leave himself exposed to a board wipe?
A little bit, because he takes that value trade. So now, he knows
Yeah.
that Bomber Mafia probably incoming, but like, at least he gets a big trade out of the Sherman, so probably feels pretty comfortable.
Yeah, he's not playing more units into the board, which would have been the big mistake there. Finds another very strong bomber, clears the board. He has a 4 credit advantage at this point. Enough. We would like to find a blitzkrieg to set up.
Yeah, without one, this is starting to look really difficult.
Yeah, because 66 is able to trade the board without using any of his units. I mean, they could likely be dealt with pathfinders, etc. But always good to get the value on those trades. 66, nice job on that.
Two nice setups there for good deployment effects. Throwing out the ping damage to take out some units. And
Yeah, and
interesting, just gonna throw Pathfinders right into the front line.
you don't need it back in this matchup. You're not playing a frontline mirror or anything. It's just says, hey, come get me if you want me. You know where to find me in the front line.
Firebomb, really nice here. Good chance to deal out 1 damage. Yep, to the draw boys. They will draw no more. '66 will draw, however. And a nice little bit of retribution there to fully clear the board. But now we see a really nice situation for Nuff to just draw right back, keep his hand very plentiful as well. And the Krieg, we are in business.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how buried could these be? The answer is not much. Not too buried.
Guard is going to be quite helpful. Might as well make it even bigger.
No carpet bombs for 66. So we're gonna have to just either use nukes or trade out the board.
Nuff does take 2 M10s and 2 half tracks, so his sort of disabling of guards in this deck, he kind of splits it both ways. Big infantry guards that he can send back, or perhaps aircraft he can send back with those half tracks. And then, of course, just some M10 suppression can just nullify a guard, make it a completely regular unit. Oh, and straight up a duress will do the same. Only carries 1 of those, finding it at a very convenient time, really setting up this Krieg turn now.
66 better does have depth charges available, but buying that time, you don't have any AoE. I mean, I would have.
He's got 1 damage to all, which can at least set up 2 kills here. Actually 3 with the Glamour Boy. So that you know, you're not out of the woods, but that certainly makes this Krieg a lot less scary. Could even yeah, get a whole nother unit down here with the with the Devil's Brigade. We're gonna take the front line while we're at it.
Ooh,
We're gonna dip
going
into a little base
face.
damage. We're gonna show
What?
you the new fancy bomber we got.
Interesting to not trade the Sherman, but I guess he says, you know what, you spend your credits to trade. I will take my 4 damage. Have a nice day.
We're making huge 35 tees over here, by the way. That's what we're doing.
Big Jasco pickup. That's definitely gonna actually not gonna do too much. It will give the deployment benefit to the 24D.
Yeah, saving 3 big credits. Now I
Besides
expect to see 2 big units in the front line, yeah.
the nuclear option is real, but it's gonna be too slow.
And we got 1 Krieg here.
Yeah.
We're an even 15, 18, exactly what we needed.
Man.
17. I can't do the math. I didn't even see the numbers. It all happened so fast. Our first contentious series here. We've not
That
had
was,
anything tied up 1-1 today.
you know, US ramp can win versus frontline. You know, it's not unheard of, but typically it's got to get some AoE in there, and 66 was not bringing any AoE to, you know, once he's sitting behind his guards, but he, you know, a carpet bomb would have been glorious for him. Unfortunately, he did not bring any.
And you know, we've talked a lot today about how well Henry is being rewarded for his read and bringing this full France lineup that, you know, we basically have never seen before. He's doing very well with it. Bringing frontline, basically Nuff being the only player to bring frontline, kind of his own, maybe less extreme version, but his own version of making a meta call that currently is not necessarily in favor. And
Oh
honestly, should
my
have had 2
goodness.
wins.
Ramp is going burr. What turn is it? We're already on 8 to 6 credits. Like, this
Yeah,
is
there's
going
money
hard.
flying
And
around.
you know, I staked my entire legacy credibility, life savings maybe, on 66 better. But I have to admit, enough has the matchup advantage. You know, there's always that stuff whenever you're queuing ranked, the heavy German ramp is that menace that always seems to sneak up on you and just like, well, it is what it is. They brought ramp and heavy German units. What can I do? You know, and 66 is staring down a heavy German ramp right now.
Already at full money, though.
Oh
Full
my.
credit's not going to be ramping above 12. Glamour Boys, a little sustainability, a little survivability. Second game in a row, we've seen the 4 freedom on that. Getting the guard that extra bit of oomph can be very helpful.
'66 had a nice job drawing all of his early ramp, but Nuff is definitely equalizing the credit gap. 66 definitely going to have to convert his credits into some threats here.
Yeah, all that money and nothing to spend it on does not exactly put you in a winning position. Nice little stars and stripes there.
Love to see it. Big ASW patrol here, and something, you know, not another not good fact for 66 is a lot of his top end is bombers, whereas a lot of Nuff's top end is fighters.
And Nuff sitting
So-
on Comet as well with this extra money. We talked about how well 66 better ramped out. Nuff all the way at 14 credits can, you know, start maybe thinking about a Comet every
Wow.
turn. It's not hard
Snap.
to afford.
Snap retribution call.
The 12 cost retribution. My man said he needs some cards. He's got money. He needs cards.
Ooh, man. 66 would love enough to play a naked Schwalbe with no value added to it.
And you love seeing that Panzer draw Alpenfestum. You know
Oh,
that that's
man.
going to the bottom now. You didn't pick it. It's going to the bottom, exactly where you want that card. Now, can Nuff, if Nuff is not able to win this game, is he able to survive the game to the bottom?
Nice trade onto a fighter. You definitely gonna need to take out these fighters. 66 would love to have a board to capitalize from that 12k retribution, but it's not likely that he's gonna be able to get away with it. Gotta just cash it in right now.
Throwing the huge airplane down. We're not even worried about nailing a bomber with it. We just want the 7.5 body. We're
Big
making our
guard.
guard bigger in the process. Yeah, very helpful.
No, not that helpful
E-bomber.
anymore. We are just seeing Bomber Mafia pop off in this OCC. Just absolute big boys in the Mafia. And just the disrespect face that says, you cannot kill my board.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I mean, I guess, you know, you just don't have the credits for it to swing both. But would have been able to do 3 damage instead of 6 and take out the
Yeah.
Glamour Boy. Seems a little bit better to me, but we'll see. It's a really great
big
Schützen target. And
Wow.
now we're able to just do mega damage here.
And here comes the Comet, and let the Comet sing.
And again, imagine from that last turn, right? If Nuff did not have to spend that extremely injured but extremely heavy damaging Schwalbe into a very damaged guard, right? That could have been a much more extreme play. Oh my goodness.
Goodness gracious. That is big. That
66 better now on maybe a 2-turn clock, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. He's going to get 2 health from...
That's a big draw denial.
That's going to put him at 11, which is the exact amount that Comet is going to do. That's what I was trying to.
This retribution better have some healing.
Helpful. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. He doesn't.
Ooh.
Does he know? Like, is he tracking the deck? Is he looking to know that there is a Bismarck lurking for him? Does he assume that it could possibly be one of the 2 cards he has? Maybe he's thinking I have 2 Comet turns. I don't. Okay, that'll do.
Oh my goodness. Now I have to throw this in here. Nuff could have won the first game and could have walked out of here with a 2-0. Instead, is he looking at a 1-2 loss?
Oh yes, this seems very over with this incredibly buffed board. The health stabilization is 66 better. The plot armor is back. He's got 21 credits. He doesn't need that many.
Boy. 66 better. I didn't doubt you for a second. I might have been a little concerned. But thank you.
His whole reputation is, you know, there's a lot going on.
Oh man.
His reputation, his life savings, all of it, all on 66 better. And I know you said you didn't doubt him, Corn, but I had my doubts just for at least a moment in there. That was a hard fought
Oh.
victory. Oh, I am curious. So, Corn, you did mention that Nuff could have won that first game. Walk us through that and kind of what decision changed that and put him on the losing end of the semifinal.
So Nuff had a blitzkrieg with the ability to put his opponent to 1 HP. He says, do I fire this now and then risk losing, not being able to find 1 damage because I could lose on board? He instead decided to build the board up, it's in order to guarantee lethal later on. And that chance to use blitzkrieg was gone because 66 was able to retake the front line and deny him the opportunity to get the value when instead he could have just locked in the damage. His opponent didn't have ways to heal besides we can do it for only 3. And he didn't want to gamble it. I'm assuming he said if he gets we can do it, then I have to find both strat bomb and but sometimes you just got to trust the process, and putting your opponent on 1, it's a pretty good thing to do. It could have, it wasn't guaranteed, but that's the choice he made, and it was punished.
And then Thanatron, we got to game 3 here, and we thought, oh, wait a second, 66 better might be in a tough spot. Was it really just that 12 credit retribution that came back around that kind of saved him there, or were there other outs based on what was going on the board?
It's certainly hard to tell, right? There definitely was a lot going on. I would like to mention in Nuff's favor, right, that the time that he would have taken him down to 1 health, um, that was the same deck, right? So he couldn't have 2-0'd because both of those perspective wins would have both been with the US deck. So he was always going to have to find a different win with a different deck. So there's definitely a lot more going on, and in that matchup, right, with all that ramp, there's so many powerful things that you can draw. There's so many powerful answers that you can draw, but then there's also all of your ramp that you might draw really late, and going from 16 to 18 credits really isn't a big deal, whereas you need solutions. So there's just a ton, right, of just compounding choices and pathways. So I'm sure that Nuff is going to think about that first game that he could have won, because obviously being up 1-0 in the set gives you 2 attempts to get a win with that second deck. So that is obviously a very powerful position and what you're kind of probably strategizing for. But really great tournament from Nuff. I think US Frontline was a really interesting call and executed well in that it won a game and came extremely close to winning a second game, right? So I think Nuff should definitely be proud of himself. I'm sure we'll see him again pretty soon.
Absolutely. So, Cornguy, before we started this semifinal, you were already thinking ahead. You're like 66 better, gonna wipe the floor with Henry before they even got through the semis. You still feeling good about 66's chances up against Henry's Mill France lineup?
66 better has Jagro that can't be banned. Definitely like that. He has some ramp lists that can go toe to toe with Mill. It just depends on how they go down. I hope for the sake of everyone that 66 can just win 3-0 and we don't have to sit through all of this. So everyone is on my team at this point. But Henry does it. Has something to say about that, and it's going to be a long, drawn out Mill. And so it could go either way, but certainly it's not in anyone's just given that they're going to win this finals.
So, Corn, you said everybody should be on your side based on, if Henry wins this, we might just go to fatigue for 5 games straight. But Thanatron, you didn't participate in the pre-show. You didn't get to squeeze your prediction in. So I'm going to give you a bit of a cheat code. We're going to jump right to the end. You got the choice now of seeing Henry or 66 better win it. Who do you have your money on?
I've been saying since yesterday. I told everybody that would listen. I've said it so many times. Henry's triple France lineup is amazing, and he's going to win. I knew it the whole time. I'm definitely not coming up with this opinion right now. I made my bracket actually. I filled it out with Henry winning all of his games, but I think it's still in the mail. So I expect that to get to Iceland soon, and they'll see. It was postmarked before. It was postmarked yesterday.
Right.
So
You don't just have Henry winning all of Henry's games. You have Henry winning all of the matches, even the one Henry's not participating in, for sure.
yeah, just
I get where
Henry
you're
written
coming from.
in every block. Yep.
Perfect. Perfect. I appreciate the two of you. Phenomenal cast today. Let's go bring up the bracket as we get ready for our grand finals here in the August OCC. There you have it. We have 66 better defeating enough 2-1. The only player to suffer a loss here in a winning effort. We see Henry going 2-0 against Morphling, 2-0 against Tang Tang. 66 better did defeat No in 5-2-0. So gonna have a huge matchup here. We're shifting from best of threes to best of fives. There will be no bans. We're just gonna get Henry and 66 better bringing all three of their decks. Gotta win once with all of them. This is Conquest for the winner of the OCC Clash for August. Let's welcome Bubbles and Spooz back here as we get ready to rock and roll in the finals. I mean, Bubbles, you had made some predictions that maybe didn't quite work out. Didn't maybe go as expected. Any thoughts now, having seen most of the tournament conclude? We've got the finals coming up. That anything you didn't maybe expect to go the way it did?
I make no association with things I've said in the past or previous, situations. I don't know. I think the France ally was better than I expected it to be. I think that it might be misleadingly good. I think people might take away that France ally is now the meta. I don't think France ally is now the meta. I think it is a silver bullet to what other people are doing. There's sort of, you can play the meta or you can beat the meta. And I think it's very clear which one is happening with Henry. Henry is beating the meta instead of playing the meta. But one thing, Cards has taught me and competitive gaming has taught me, is at the end of the day, the meta always survives longer than the things that are trying to counter the meta. It always prevails and comes out on top of it. So I think the France ally might be more of a flash in the pan, but it seems that Henry might be able to use that flash to capitalize on victory and then just say, you know what, doesn't matter if it lasts a long time. It worked for me while it worked. And yeah, we've seen Ramp struggle today. We've seen Bridaire struggle today with only finding orders. It's been an interesting day, and I think definitely a lot of unexpected things on the prediction side.
And Spooz, speaking of predictions in the pre-show, you did mention that 66 better probably has a good shot at making it here to the finals, unlike Thanatron, who may have swung back and forth a few times there. But how are you feeling now, knowing what 66 better is going up against in the finals? Do you still feel good about their chance to take it all home?
I mean, 66 better has one ramp deck and one mid-range deck in the deck, and the third deck is a Jaguar deck, which the Japan middle deck should be at least decent into it. So I think 66 better is really not in the best spot here, and Henry definitely having the deck advantage. I mean, 66 better probably the most or the more experienced player here. So, but they have to do a hard fight here to defeat Henry 3 times with their lineup. Definitely keeping my fingers crossed, but I think I would change my prediction to Henry, knowing the deck list and the finalists now.
Interesting. Speaking of the deck list, let's go with one more quick pass of it as we get ready for the finals here. We've been talking lots about Henry's Mill France lineup. So Bubbles, why don't you give us a quick run through of exactly how this works?
So yeah, we've got Japan France, which has a little bit more damage output and a little bit better tools to fight against aggro. We've got things like guards in here, we've got Tora, that sort of thing. So bit more damage output and a bit better against aggro. We have Brit France, which in my opinion is the most stable and reliable of the three. You've got really strong tools with the Glamour Boys in here, and you also have some really strong sources of bounce, which we actually saw earlier, taking away 2 big bombers by filling up the opponent's hand and then going for the Wrath Lightning and the AA Barrage and just deleting them from the game. And then we have the USA France one, which has a little bit of ramp and a little bit more board presence with things like the blue and gray and the P51B. But then you do also have the potential with these naval bombardments to overdraw your opponent with these large units as well. We didn't get to see this yet because the matchup this was playing against was a Germany-France deck, so we didn't get to see the naval bombardments in action. But as we'll see in a moment, they may be more relevant in this upcoming best of 5.
Thank you, Bubbles. Let's flip over to the other side of things. 66 betters lineup. Spooz, why don't you walk us through it?
Yeah, 6-6 better fought their way through today's bracket here with Jagro. Performed pretty well against Known. Has some cool twists in it, like with the on the Ascent, just stole some of Known's unit and just beat them with their own units. It was really interesting to see. But overall, the most aggressive lineup that we see here today. Then we have the very popular German-US mid-range deck, 6-6 better playing with Schwalbe and Leopold. Really late-game heavy units here and can have a big impact later in the game. And then we have US-Britain Ramp, which is the worst deck to play against Henry, as we just saw. Ramp kind of without any chance to beat this mill archetype. But we might see if 6-6 better finds a way here in the finals. They have 5 games to do it, and I'm excited to see if they can achieve a win with this.
Awesome. Thank you, Spooz. So, as Spooz just mentioned, got to win with all 3 of their decks. Once Conquest format could go to a best of 5 at the most. And now, Bubbles, you've talked a lot about, you think the Brit France list is probably the best of the 3 that Henry's bringing. If you're 66 better and you're thinking, well, I just need to stop one of those 3 decks from winning, right? I maybe don't have the best matchup here. Is there one you're focusing on saying like, hey, I think this might be the easiest for me to keep from getting a win and knocking me out?
I think the Japanese one might be. So for me, the question is less which deck does 66 better want to target, and more which deck can 66 better have the best chance of winning against on ramp. Because I think all of these decks from Henry, they can feasibly lose matches against Germany mid range and against Jagro. But this ramp deck is really going to be a difficult deck to play against these decks from Henry. So you need to look at Henry's lineup and figure out which deck does ramp have the best chance against. I think it might be Japan. I think Japan, you're the US version, they've got ramp to keep up with you, but they also have a lot of bounce, and this bounce is really annoying. And then the Brit version, it's just got lots of heal and again, lots of bounce. The Japanese version doesn't have the bounce, which the other versions have. And I think that might be the turning point where the honor and loyalties and removal aren't quite enough to keep up with you. And that you have, instead of like a 20% chance of winning, you might have like a 35% chance of winning. But I think this ramp deck from 66 better is going to be the deck which dictates this best of 5.
So, Spooz, with that in mind, if you're 66 better, do you say, I'm going to start with this because if I can't win a game with it, then I just lose anyway? Do you start with the things you feel like, hey, Jagro might make it through? Where do you go as we actually get into it? We're going to find out the answer to that
go with
question.
Germany first, actually. I think that would be
It's very smart of you, Spooz.
best
It's very
start.
smart.
Oh,
Good
wait, we're
guess.
already into the match. Oh, look, he just chose Germany. What a good prediction from my end. Yeah, but
So Germany mid range against Japan, Britain, France, Mail,
yeah.
and almost a full France hand here from Henry.
Oh,
Whereas
yeah, double
with
honor.
66 better's hand, if he finds a tool to go off with this, he could have a very quick start, and these honor and loyalties may be forced to come out early.
Triple honor and
Triple.
loyalty. That's almost a full French starting hand there.
Yeah.
Only the
So
glamour
3
boys.
honor and loyalties mean any threats that come down from 66 better are gonna get removed straight away, and it will eat through 66 better's deck very quickly. However, there are a lot of aggressive tools for 66 better. They might better take these cards and turn them into aggression. We see researching may want to go for the synthetic rubber, or the synthetic oil, may also want to go for the U-boat. Both of them are strong choices in this matchup, or at least stronger than in the Iran project.
Yeah, also the synthetic oil not doing too much right now, especially with the rice bank in hand. And yeah, what do you do with all those credits? You only have 2 1-drops in hand. Might just utilize it later. Find the
35T gives you a nice way of outputting some damage and applying a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, probably something that we might not see in loyalty on. Or what do you
The
expect?
Jaeger and the Arado are so awkward here. They're both sources of card draw and card advantage, but they don't really work against Henry's deck. You're rarely going to have more units out from Henry for the Arado, and the Jaeger.
Tactical out. That means the Spitfire
Surely that
might
was
have
when
a
you
chance
Jaeger
to
draw.
survive.
Surely that was the opportunity to Jaeger draw.
Yeah, he could have targeted a Spitfire, right?
Or targeted the Pioneers.
Yeah, the Pioneer. Sorry, the Spitfire.
That was the opportunity to Jaeger draw. I'm surprised we didn't see that come out this turn, but maybe holding on to it and not wanting to overcommit on the board. However, now the Glamour Boys come out and...
Or maybe he just doesn't want to draw. I mean, Henry's deck is not doing too much in dealing direct damage, so I think you don't want to draw on this matchup.
It's a good point. It is possible, and I believe...
Oh, wait. Next turn he draws. Nice.
Maybe just an oversight here. I'm going to go for the half track, forcing the overdraw here for Henry. And what's it going to be? A Wellington is a pretty powerful card to get rid of. A strong tool here. Now, Henry has to decide... Go for the Glamour Boys, but can also just get down this 5e and start trading away with the board. You're not under too much pressure to go for the Glamour Boys. Now 66 better does run a lot of anti-air tools as well as the Blitz Doctrine. So
good top deck here.
That's a really good top deck. Gets rid of the Spitfire. Now, so there's a lot of anti-air tools in 66 better's deck, which aren't going to do much in this matchup. Things like Sky Barons are not very useful here, as well as the Shroud Blade just becomes a big fighter, but it will almost definitely just get removed straight away. So quite a few duds in 66 better's deck, but then also the U-Boat coming out, getting rid of Honor and Loyalty. A great card to get rid of. And then, yeah, if 66 better can find these Blitz Doctrines, that could be game-changing. And there's one of them. Stug 4. And the potential there takes the Panzerzug. Now look at this Stug 4. It has Blitz. Or not Blitz, it has Fury. I'm mumbling and jumbling my words today.
You're good. You're good.
Here come the 5e.
Yeah. That was a really good trade there.
Does set up the Devil's Brigade. 2 options for Devil's Brigade now. Which one do you shoot? Maybe doesn't need to do it on either of them, as you do have units on board, and you have a Bomber Mafia, and there aren't going to be many more units to Bomber Mafia. Henry's hand is starting to look very small. Just going to go for it now. Finds the second Blitz Doctrine, and this could be game-changing here. And if you can find a Tiger, it could be game over. Not sure how Henry properly deals with the Tiger. You can delay it, you can bounce it with things like Avray, but that's about it. If it just sits in the back line, that kind of turns off Honor and Loyalties.
Yeah, I think this is the biggest problem about these mill decks. If your opponent is not playing single big units, but kind of floods the board with mediocre units, it's kind of hard to send them back, and then you just give your opponent draw. So I think this is one of the better matchups here for 6/6 better.
Takes that we can do it. Knowing that there isn't much hard board kill, and it's mostly just going to be damage, so you can put your units out of range. Panther G, a fantastic card.
Although there's still the rough lightning, but it can't be bounced from the honor and loyalty. Picks it. Makes sense.
And I mean, Wrath Lightning bounces it. What, you just play it again? You don't mind too much. You live with it.
Exactly.
Now, we may see these honor and loyalties start to come out as there is board presence, and Henry doesn't have a way of dealing with it. Do we see both of them, or are you just going to bounce the other one with the Wrath Lightning?
I think you should keep the lightning, knowing that your opponent just played the contest doctrine.
I mean, you can AA barrage the lightning back to hand, right? Play it again.
Sure.
However, you may also want to do that to double bounce the Panther G. It looks like going to pass back the turn. Autocannon, offering a little bit of extra damage. And look at the size of this 35T here.
Yeah, really backfires now that he kept the
8-8.
he left the bomber on board. Has an infantry, artillery, and the bomber on board.
Wave after wave is a really strong card here. However, it's a little bit awkward to play. You're going to have to go for the honor and loyalty on the 35T and then go for the wave after wave. And,
That's a really good board clear.
Henry is answering 66 Better's threats, but every time he's answering these threats, he's losing a little bit of HQ damage. And it's getting to the point where 66 Better is just able to do things like this and do so much damage from hand.
And there comes the Panther. And that needs to be bounced, but then there's still that Panzer 3 in the front line.
And at least you can steal the Panzer 3, but Henry, what Henry really needs here is a compromise. It can be able to draw new cards and heal up at the same time. Half track isn't what you want to be playing here, as you don't want to give this bounce back to Henry. And we see some great options. The Mitchell and the Havoc will both kill this fighter.
Although the Havoc would die, but the Mitchell would survive.
However, if you go for the Havoc, you can then go for a 35T to face, or you do also have the credits left to go for a Panther G, right? There you go. Takes the Havoc, puts down the Panther G. 8-7 on the board, so you've got one opportunity to draw out of this. Finds the Glamour Boys, will buy him time. However, time is all he has at the moment.
And there's also a half track here that might bounce them.
Not quite finding lethal. Half track able to bounce, but
I could
just a little bit off lethal with 35T because he doesn't have an infantry to activate.
He finds production order. He can just suppress the Glamour Boys next turn and have lethal. Or you just take the Blitz Bomber. Even better.
Yeah, just take the bomber.
And that's it.
And that's going to be game one to 66 Better, taking Henry's first loss away. And a strong, decisive victory here for 66 Better. These Blitz Doctrines putting so much pressure on Henry, just not able to keep up with the pressure.
Yeah, and it just showcases the weaknesses of Henry's lineup or mill in general. If your opponent is playing a quite aggressive list or mid-range list, and you can't keep up with removing all these threats, you just find yourself behind very soon, and then can't deal with all these threats on board and lose the game. But
and with the blitz of the threats from 66 Better, Henry was answering the threats, but every time a threat was answered, Henry was taking 3 or 4 damage to the HQ, and it just gnawed away so quickly, and Henry just couldn't keep up.
Yeah.
Now
we just saw that, and also not finding the compromises there really benefited 66 Better there. No chance to heal for Henry. And there we go. So the ramp deck left and the Jaggro deck left for 66 Better. What do you go with here? Do you go for Japan, set your opponent under a lot of pressure if you win that one?
Jaggro, yeah. I mean, if you take Jaggro, you can pretty much guarantee yourself a win. So long as so long as you get a good start and Henry doesn't get sort of Glamour Boys back to back. And then you've got 3 opportunities to try with ramp. However, Henry can give himself the best matchups first, and you sort of take it to a game 5. Now, if you take ramp now, Henry might be taking the Japan deck to try and counter this Jagro deck, but probably will take the Britain deck. Britain is good against Jagro, but also good enough against, good against ramp and good enough against Jagro. So I expect Henry will take out Britain again, and 66 Better just has to decide, am I happy facing the Britain deck with my ramp deck?
All right. I'm excited to see what the players decide what to bring next year. Henry Full has the full access to all of the 3 decks.
They're the same deck, though. It has access to the same deck 3 times.
Let's see. So we might still have some technical issues here, but we hope to get into match number 2 soon. But a good start here. I'm really happy I stick to my prediction that 6-6 Better is going to win today's event. And
yeah, I mean, 66 Better just has to win with ramp, and you can just get one lucky match, and we're in.
oh,
We
already
see
turn number 4 here.
Jagro against the Brit mill deck. We're on turn 4. 66 Better is about to steal a Pioneers, which is a strong steal.
Steals a Pioneer Company.
0k expansions available in hand for 66 Better. And this will also enable the potential 35T, but I think I'd like to see that being held back for now, as it is more vulnerable and just hitting face for 3.
And that's what we're going to see.
Now, Devil's Brigade, a great answer to this Pioneers. We may also see, AA Barrage coming out, getting rid of this bomber, saying, you got to play this again.
The good thing is it has smoke screen, so it can't really be attacked from the Red Devils there. Choosing the honorable death here. And that is a big thing on board there.
It's a big threat, but Glamour Boys is a really good answer to it. Buys so much time, and it also means Carpet Bomb will kill it. However, you don't really want to waste the Carpet Bomb. 66 Better has reached the point in the game on Jagro where this -1 credit slot from Commit the Reserves isn't a big deal.
Wait,
What?
what was that expansion?
I'm not sure, my friend. I am not sure what that expansion was.
I just realized players are playing really, really fast here, especially 6-6 Better.
Well, it is late in China.
Yeah, sure. I think they want to finish this as quick as possible, but there was a big oopsie there.
66 Better doing his best to ruin Cornguy's day. Putting down the bomber, but this is just going to get destroyed by the 5e, able to move up the bomber, removes its smoke screen, and kills it. We've seen them be so useful today.
Yeah. A really underrated card, I guess. There comes the Shinano.
Able to get good face damage, bring Henry down to 9, but Henry does have Glamour Boys and Carpet Bombs, so not going to be feeling the burn too much. And 66 Better, throwing away that expansion might be game losing now, as just losing the card advantage.
Need a good 50-50 now.
Finds the 50-50, able to get more face damage.
But there's some Glamour Boys waiting in the hand there from Henry.
Indeed, there are. And a compromise. However, do you want to give the card draw to the Jagro deck? Maybe you just go for the single draw option. Goes for the single draw option. 3 HP plus drawing a card gives you an extra HP. And now 66 Better, running out of juice. In a really difficult position.
Yeah, the compromise really helped there. Gaining some
Indeed
HQ health back. But good board clear here from 6-6 Better.
Henry, Wrath Lightnings are not the best card here. Gonna see a Wellington come out. Actually goes for the honor and loyalty on his own Wellington just to draw new cards. Doesn't like the options in hand. But maybe,
Bounce the
yeah, go for the
raiding
RAF.
gate.
Raiding is fine to bounce. Winter Regiment could potentially be really strong, as Henry may want to move units into the front line to try and prevent the potential expansion. Deciding just to get the Winter Regiment in the front line, you need to hold Raiding Brigade back. If you play Raiding and then you top deck an expansion, you're in a really bad position. Now,
Oh, another pair of Glamour Boys here.
here comes the Churchill. Henry's board is looking real scary, able to start trading away with the units from 66 better. Jagro starting to fall flat. That expansion throwaway has been so game changing. I don't see how 66 better can come back into this now.
There would be 2 more cards to do something here. Yeah, Henry, all the answers in the world here. Glamour Boys to guard up. 2 honor and loyalties, although they also give 6/6 better 2-card draw. Oh, just passing. Oh no.
So many honor and loyalties. At what point do you start honor and loyaltying your own units?
Yeah, I was thinking the same. Like at some point you can just bounce
I mean,
something.
for the time being, you don't need to. You're not under any pressure, and 66 better is just under so much pressure. And it looks like we're going to be taking this to a 1-1.
Yeah, that's
You
just
just can't
too much on board here.
can't
No-
help but think, don't play expansions without Japanese units in the front line.
There wasn't even a single unit in the front line.
I know.
I mean, it can happen when you have a German unit, and you just. But
Oh, that's a
without
strong find,
anything.
though. Sacrifice your Sendai. Gonna out the mist it first to generate some extra value. Look at this.
That's a good. It's a good way to
There
get
goes
rid
the
of
board.
3 units.
You
Oh,
steal 3 units. You've got 2 Sendai. Oh, so you've got Sendai and hand steal. You've got multiple ways of dealing with this board. Goes for the RAF and the Sendai. 66 better, able to crawl themselves back into being irrelevant in this match. However, Henry can put them down to 1 HP this turn.
yeah, with bouncing the fighter.
Bounce the fighter and smack with the Wellington. And I'd be tempted to bounce the Sendai as well. Get down as many threats as you can. I mean, who cares about Henry's hand size? Can't go for it now, as you no longer have the credits to do so. So I think you're best off just passing back the turn to 66 better. Why make yourself vulnerable with, giving 66 better more opportunities to find outs? I mean, yes, you just lost your whole board. Yes, it's a pretty big setback. But if you look at 66 better's game, they still just have 1-1s. They don't have anything that's actually going to win them the game here. They still need to draw their way out of this. Henry, just considering the options, no need to rush.
Also, it looks like Henry's hand froze, I guess. Like the one card that is.
Yeah, it does look like it, but
Loading,
it can be difficult to tell. Sometimes the game's frozen. Sometimes players are just. There's been times when I've been like, the game's broken, and then I realized the other guy was just spending a long time thinking. Now,
We might have
66
lost
better's
Henry.
turn.
Like the card that is floating there, and then is on his side.
He's
I
still
think that's
thinking about
Glamour
playing it. He's
Yeah,
taking his
might be a
time.
big delay here.
Able to
But-
heal up, put himself away from a 2-turn lethal with Wellington.
Okay, we can
Henry.
see we just saw the emote from Henry down there, and so
Yeah,
it
it's
might
just that one card. Oh,
Oh, that's
wave after
huge.
wave could be huge. Just goes straight for it, destroys the board. gets back
That's a
the
lot of
Churchill,
pressure now.
and
Okay,
that's
that's
game.
not it. That's game for Henry.
66 better, unable to secure a 2-0 lead, unfortunately throwing away one of their most vital cards in the matchup. You hate to see someone losing to a blunder, which is just like a little misclick, but it happens. You've got to slow things down a little bit and just because we've seen quite a few little mistakes. We've seen people drawing last instead of drawing first. You know, we've seen people not using things which have blitz when they've got credits to spare and there's no reason to not move it up. We've seen cards getting misplayed. We've seen overall the quality of play today has been high, but there have been little silly mistakes sprinkled in with the high quality of play. And I just want to see the players slowing down, taking a step back to compose themselves, and just keeping this high level of play 100% instead of 95%, because this 5% is losing people matches. We saw it multiple times today.
Yeah, and I mean this is the finals of an OCC, so there's a lot on the line here, not just money-wise, but also prestige-wise. So guys, keep focused. We have a 1-1, still anything possible, and I can already see a full 5-game best of 5 here today. Because 6-6 better still has a Jaguar list. I think if they just skip all these mistakes with playing cards that do nothing for you, they have a chance to bring this deck through. And what do you pick here for Henry?
Was
Go
that
with
the
this
US
Japan
deck from
list?
Henry? That was the Brit deck, was it?
Yeah, it was the Brit deck. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So Henry is left with the Japan and the US deck.
Yeah.
I
so
think I'd be tempted to bring Japan because I think it's better against Jaguar.
Yeah, and we just saw how good this Brit deck can also perform into Jaguar. Although we just expected the Japan deck to be better. But this Brit deck is really, really versatile overall. It's good against Ramp, it's good against Jaggro. It's just really surprising how,
So
just
one of our
consistently
players
it wins.
One of our players is just having some connection issues with their internet at the moment. So we're just waiting for their internet to stabilize and then we'll be straight back into it with the finals. So Henry has the Japan and US deck left. They won on the Brit deck. 66 better got a quick win with the Germany deck and is left with a Jagro and a Ramp deck. Both of Henry's decks are France Mill. I mean, all three of them, but the two that are left are France Mill. What we're really looking at is, can 66 better take a win on this Ramp deck? Because Mill is so good against Ramp at the moment, especially with these 5E from France. They're able to move bombers to the front line and trade with them. So it all comes down really to whether 66 better can get the win on this Ramp deck. You really want to face it against Japan. You don't want to face it against the US Mirror, but I think the difference isn't that substantial, especially because this French deck has Tojo. You need to play around that.
Yeah, we just saw it doing a lot of work earlier, and people not really being used to specific like tech cards. They can just easily make mistakes when not remembering several or specific interactions. And we just saw this earlier. Usually you just play a production order to be credit efficient, but we just saw this backfiring earlier when the Tojo just instantly discarded the unit that they got out of the production order.
And I saw people discussing this actually in chat, and I do want to bring this up. One of the nice things about a one-off Tojo in a deck is the fear factor, right? You're looking at Henry's deck and you're like, I can probably get away with a production order, but I don't want to risk it. It's just not worth the risk. And even when this Tojo isn't in hand, it still has this aura, which is just quite intimidating that your opponent has to take into consideration. It sort of reminds me of this one of Stranglehold we were seeing a little bit ago. The one of Stranglehold, where even if you don't have the Stranglehold, your opponent has to take it into consideration. You're almost better off when you don't have your Stranglehold.
Yeah, it's usually like some mind ideas.
Look what we see from 66 better. Ramp is coming out.
All right, they know they need to get this deck through, so why not try it right now? And I think against this Japan deck, there might be a valid option to do so.
Now we see a fairly strong open here from Henry, having some early game units as well as some strong mill interactions. We did see Henry going second, so Henry is naturally closer to fatigued because of that, but because it's not a mirror, it shouldn't be relevant compared to how it was relevant earlier in the France mirrors. It will give 66 better just a little bit more room to move around in because they won't be naturally overdrawing as quickly. Now,
Oh, go for the war machine here.
gotta go for the war machine. I mean, I assume we're gonna see this this compromise coming out, and then Henry will remove the bonus HP instantly. However, it looks like 66 better is setting up the removal with Red Devils.
Also emptying the hand there, because they
Look
know
at
the
this.
compromise might come.
Look at the size of this lad. He is just going to die, but he does get a big smack in, and this removes the bonus HP. Devil's Grade, it comes out, gets rid of the problem. And I mean, if you don't have the answer for that when you're 66 better there, you're in so much trouble.
Yeah, it's a really cool tech interaction there.
It's great for clearing the front line as well. You know, you get this 8 attack unit out and you just remove pretty much anything available on the board for 66 better. Now, Henry has a lot of cards in hand and a lot of ways of dealing with this board here.
Double
We may just see the Tagasaki come out. There's also the potential that you go for the steal on this Red Devils this turn. Put down a Tagasaki and then go for the card steal with the Out the Mist. But just going to say, hold it back for now, wait for a more important target.
Yeah, maybe some Glamour Boys to give you more healing. Or it could be better targets there.
121st could be a really strong target. Getting your own retributions can be really powerful.
I agree, yeah.
Now 66 better can potentially start going for this Bomber Mafia, but you're going to want to play these bombers relatively quickly after you get them. Deciding just to ramp up. Doesn't want to suffer the discard. I'd be tempted to say suffer the discard now. Your hand isn't too bad, you know, you're still going to have a couple Glamour Boys left.
Yeah, and you draw 2 cards next turn.
But 66 better prefers the quality of cards in hand compared to the quality of cards in deck, saying I'd rather discard something else.
Also might just wait for the production order to suppress those Tagasagis, then they don't
That is true.
anything.
A really strong way of answering them is if you can just suppress them. So we're going to see Bomber Mafia come out. Havoc, a great option, going to be able to get rid of that fighter or just chip away at these guards. Get rid of the one in the front line. Decides to kill the fighter, hold on to the guards for now. Still hoping for that production order.
Might eat 1 discard this turn.
You could potentially out the mist your own Tagasaki to generate extra card discard.
Oh, that would be nasty.
Just start eating away at 66 better's hand here. But for now, gonna hold on to it. Gonna force, I believe that's an overdraw forced.
Yeah.
And ramp up 14 credit slots. I mean, these milk trucks, you're sort of okay with them dying to, like, getting discarded. Zendai gonna come out, take the Wrath away. Interesting choice to take the Wrath.
Yeah.
I want to see, you know, 66 better's hand is small. I want to see you start sacrificing these Takasakis if you're Henry here. Because if you can hit convoys and things like that, it's really powerful. Now, you might better read the board and say, okay, 66 better clearly has terrible cards in hand because of how he's playing, but I think these cards in hand are high value. It gets rid of 121st.
Interesting.
Oh my god.
Go for the convoy there, risking to discard the convoy.
You could double discard this turn. Out the mist, play the other one, go for the honorable death. And that could just remove 66 better's hand. Gets rid of the MI5. You're going to go for both this turn. Puts it down. Here comes Sendai. I want to see this honorable death. When your opponent has one card in hand and their ramp, they're so often like a crucial card. Gonna hold on to it for now.
Oh, that's a good option.
It's a very good option. And there's the production order bomber. Going to be able to suppress the board. However, that does mean...
not good, right?
Yeah, you're not going to get your Sendais back. So just going to go for the Blitz bomber and sacrifice this convoy. I'd have liked to see not moving to the front line and playing the convoy this turn.
Yeah, why would you not play that? I mean, sure, you don't want to draw too much, but...
I guess he's thinking that, you know, Henry could kill his own Sendais and then he wouldn't get any units back from them if his support line is full. But, you know, losing this convoy is such a big deal here. And we just see the entire board getting demolished. Everything taken from 66 better. However, Stars and Stripes gets rid of both Sendais and this bomber. 66 better, able to hit back, but has no cards in hand.
Well, it was a pretty good top deck. Not gonna lie.
We can see Wrath getting cleared this turn. You go for the 5e, bring up the Wrath. Goes for the raiding trade instead of the 51st trade, deciding to hold on to 51st so that he can trade into something larger by using compromise with it.
Okay, as good as the top deck last round was, this is terrible here. War Machine. So 6-6 better, fully relying on the compromises there from Henry.
I'm really sad to have seen a convoy go like that. It feels so wasteful, you know?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure 6-6 better knows that at some point Henry needs to play those compromises. Or honor and loyalty.
See though, you've got 5/5s. Look at this.
That's some pretty beefy boys
There's
with an empty hand.
so much damage on board.
Oh, and with a compromise. That's
a good find.
That's insanely good. Outrage.
Let's see the options. Well, these are all pretty darn terrible.
No, it can clearly get the second one with this one.
Yeah, I suppose, but you kind of want some value generation, you know.
There comes the compromise, 100% here.
Yeah, and this is going to buff up this unit.
And 6-6 better finds the Albacore, at least something to
yeah.
stop this from attacking. And the firebomb.
Yikes.
Do you need the firebomb this turn, though? Go for the Albacore, save the firebomb. You know, this forces Henry to do something, as the Albacore now guarantees a kill on this guy, on this 51st Recon. And this forces a response. Finds a Devil's Brigade. 66 better is finding things to stay in this game. For freedom, a solid find as well. You may just see a Strat Bomb come out. Ends the turn here. Now, holding onto this War Machine is just purely playing around Phony War. There's no other reason to hold it back at this point. We've seen the Tagasakis. There's no more discard. It is just about a Phony War. Here comes the Honor and Loyalty, putting the Glamour Boys back into the deck. Some solid cards here for Henry. I'd be tempted to say chuck down the Tojo this turn. Goes for the Honor and Loyalty first to fill up 66 better's hand. Before going for the Tojo? No Tojo.
That's probably hoping for another
oopsie there from 6-6 better, as we just saw earlier.
I mean, a Super Fortress could be a really powerful card here. However, you need to be sneaky with it, because otherwise Henry's just going to hold back, commit the reserves, and it's just going to be a 2k destroy. We may also see nukes coming out. Going for the nukes, deciding the 12 damage to face is the way forward.
Compromise.
And the deck sizes must be getting small.
More into a second
8
one.
to 11.
And finds the bombing raid as well. Goes for the commit reserves.
and the AA gun. AA gun can be dealt with very swiftly. And we may see a P51 come out here because the pressure from it might be needed. Going for the war machines now. Deciding he has enough cards in hand, would rather play around the honor and loyalty than the phony war. I think I'd have rather seen the MI5. I mean, it does allow you to go for
MI5? Yeah, I think
it does allow you to go develop research, drop a nuke, move up a glamour, which is nice. I'm just not sure that it's going to win you the game.
I think you never play MI5 here, to be honest. We might just see this never being played at this stage in the game.
It is true. We are at the point in the game, but I don't think you're winning on fatigue anyway. I think the fatigue is already like a pretty much a guaranteed lose. You have to win on board.
Did you see the deck sizes?
Yeah, Henry was 3 ahead. Like, Henry had 3 more cards in deck than 66 better.
Okay, but he's also 18 health in front here.
That is true. And there is some burn available. But if we're stealing this Glamour Boy, double out the Mist, Honorable Death, gets 2 Glamour Boys. That's going to be a good chunk of healing.
That's true.
And it does draw an additional card for 66 better.
For freedom, not really helpful. All these
Not what
cards
you
that draw
want.
you, all these cards that draw you cards are not really helpful here.
I mean, we cannot see P51 anymore. It is too late because of this to the last man. If we see this come out, it just ends the game. Gonna do 1 damage. Oh, gonna repair all units, just getting rid of the card. Honor and Loyalty, a great card here for Henry. Bomber Mafia. And is that a production order left in deck? No, it's a convoy.
It's a
Okay, that's
convoy.
fine.
Okay, 6/6 better out of cards now.
Bomber Mafia, this is very important. Finds a super fortress.
Ooh, but there's still 2 last men in Henry's hand.
You're just using it for 9 damage from hand. You have to take the super fortress.
And then wait.
And then patience. You need to be patient. I want to see a Hellcat, because this means you can respond to the Glamour Boys with the Devil's Brigade. I
really love how 6/6
not what
better
Henry
plays
needs
this.
right now. This Super Fortress, it costs 16 credits to operate, so it's 66 better's entire turn, and they need to already own the front line. But it is 9 damage. Which is more than significant.
On the fire plate to pin the Hellcat in the front line, maybe get more value
Here
out
it
of
comes. 9 damage
There's
to
the
face.
punish.
He's gonna force to the last man. Honor and Loyalty, though, now available, which is going to offer an answer to the P51. That Honor and Loyalty might just secure this game for Henry. 66 better is going to want to put down the Devil's Brigade and the P51 to set up the lethal.
There it comes.
Going to hold back the Devils, but another Glamour Boys. So much health available. Going for the Phony War. Curry Measure and 2 Glamour Boys. There is so much available on the defense here. And he's going to do so much damage to 66
holding
better
it back.
so quickly. Holds it back. I mean, he knows he's safe from HQ damage due to this Kurome regiment. We're going to see 1 damage to face. Now I expect we'll see the nuclear option.
Here it comes.
Both players out of cards.
Oh god.
But is Honor and Loyalty, Glamour Boys? Oh, sorry. So you go with Phony War. Can you find lethal?
You
Honor
might
and
die.
Loyalty into Glamour Boys into Phony War.
Yeah, but then you die yourself, right? You die first.
Not sure who dies first. I don't remember with Phony War. I know with things that do damage to both players, you would die first. Don't know what happens with Phony War.
You die
See if
first.
Henry
I
knows.
experienced it.
You die first?
And I was pretty sure the opponent dies first, but no, with Phony, you draw first.
Okay.
This is really...
But there's no way of clearing this glamour in time now.
No. Does Henry know this? Looks like they know.
Yeah. And this is by just a single hair. Henry is able to take this one turn from guaranteed death. Henry takes it over 66 better, a 2-1 lead, and 66 better. He needs the ramp win, and that was the ramp win he needed, but he just couldn't quite close it. And Henry, 0 cards in deck, 1 card in hand, 3 HP on the HQ. That has got to be the worst state we've ever seen someone win from. There was nothing left.
But I have to say, both players played this exceptionally well, especially 6-6 better. I think a lot of players would have played the convoy there when this was their only card in hand. But they knew at some point Henry played honor and loyalty. They played a compromise and refilled their hand. So they did not care about the discard. They just cared about drawing cards later that are more more influential for the board, and they did not care about the draw. That was really well played, and I think a lot of players would have utilized the convoy there, but that would have made the situation even worse for them.
We see ramp being put away now. Going back to Jagro and Henry bringing out their ramp deck. It should be a fair... What a hand from 66 better. It's just 1-drops.
And
5
also
1-drops in an opener.
Also, 2 of the strongest 1-drops you can get there, with 2 Type 94s.
It's just going to be so quick. Henry doesn't have an answer available for this.
Yeah, 1 defending deaths, and that's it. Oh my lord, found a compromise there. But against Jagro,
so slow, yeah.
You
want it later on in the game. You don't want it right now. And we just see 66 better pouring units onto the board. Look at this swarm.
Yikes.
And Henry doesn't really have any answer ready to go. Honor and loyalty and compromise aren't ideal here. They're not where you want to be using them. Gonna go for the compromise, draw both players the cards.
I mean, air defense.
It's so slow. You're taking so much damage this turn. Gonna take 11 damage. We can see a 20-second come out here. You can also see just an audacity, and there's a nice little trick available. You can, if you need to find that extra point of damage at some point in the game, you can out the mist your own Type 94, and that can give you the 1 extra point of damage that may be needed. Henry is down to 6 HP. This may be the quickest game of Henry's life of all these France ally decks.
Wow.
And there's the Signal Regiment, and it's just over.
It's
even
so
with
over.
Through the air defense still finds lethal, and 66 better with the fastest game of the tournament. A nice break from these, fatigue mill decks, and I must say, deck size was not a factor in that game, and I liked it. I'm gonna say it, Spooz, I liked it.
It was refreshing to see something different than the fatigue win there. But I have bad news for you. Look what is left there for both players. We might see US Mill versus US Ramp. We haven't seen that US deck in action too much. So I'm excited to see how this works out against this US Ramp deck. And we have a game 5. Deciding match here. Both players fighting back and forth. And after this match, we will have a decision who's the August OCC champion. Will it be Henry or 6-6 better?
Yeah, and it's a US mirror. We've got USA Britain ramp versus USA France mill ramp. And we see here both players having a relatively good hands. Henry has access to the engineer regiment, while 66 Better has access to a War Machine, a Hellcat, and a potential War Bonds, but puts back the War Bonds. Is really good hands for both players. Should be off to the races here.
Oh, 6-6 better with double supply priorities. Not really what you want to have.
No,
this
but the rest
matchup.
of the hand should make up for it. Glamour Boys is very nice at buying you the HP that you need to maybe win these fatigue battles. And are we just going to see supply priorities coming out, clearing the hand space as quickly as possible?
Absolutely did. There's Warbans back in hand.
You know, Spooz, I never thought I'd see the day that Resistance would return. And I know there aren't any actual Resistance cards, but I think it's safe to say Resistance has returned.
It kind of
back,
feels
baby.
like, yeah.
Now, some options here for 66 Better. Can go for the War Bonds. It's nice to get it out early, but the main issue is the potential overdraw here. And we'll see if Henry tries to capitalize on that.
Yeah,
like
they might
gonna
also
start with
just
the
bounce.
compromise.
Okay.
Just gonna leave it at the 1.
Mm-hmm.
Devil's Brigade, a strong card, but you're happier to mill that than 121st.
Absolutely, yeah. 2 convoys. So much stuff that you don't want to have in hand here.
Oh my god, don't take the Catalina. Don't take the Catalina. You will burn for your deck. Takes the Super Fortress preemptively. Says, I'm going to need this at some point. And now, P51B. Have we seen a P51B survive? Or sorry, die? Or have all of them just been sent back to deck? I don't
they
know
have
if
been belligerented and they have been
just been-
honor and loyalty. I think they had 0 impact the whole tournament.
Honestly, it comes down and people are like, I'm not killing that, I'm just getting rid of it. Now we see the US military research ramping up, most likely going to be going for nukes.
Oh, that's a good front line here from 6-6 Better.
Indeed it is.
Oh, and Henry can't
However-
even go for the nukes now since their hand is full.
No, but they do have a good amount of room to work with, you know. They've got 30 HP. They found a Mitchell, which is a really nice card here. They decide to go for the 50-50 with the Mitchell. And they hit the 50-50.
Ooh, that was really important.
W hour is here. Big W's for Henry. And this is it. This is the game 5 of the OCC finals.
Look at all these convoys in 6-6 Better's hand.
And you got to just... you can't do the super fort. Slow down there, buddy. Do you hit the Mitchell? I think you do.
Half trick found from Henry there. Not too helpful, but with operating the Mitchell and high altitude, they could clear the board, deciding to go for the mill instead.
But this means this half track. So when this half track comes down, this means this Stars and Stripes here from 66 Better is going to be really nice.
But that also shuts down the opponent the opportunity to get retributions, which is really
if the
nice.
Algerians stay in the back line here. Oh no.
Oh, you.
The Stars and Stripes. Henry sees the overdraw of the strap bombing, is relieved to see it, and then sees the Stars and Stripes come from hand. You see the strap bombing overdraw, you're like, oh, thank God for that. And then Stars and Stripes comes
you
out
get hit
anyway.
by Stars and Stripes, yeah.
Researches the US top-level US military research gets the nuclear bombs, the Manhattan Project. However, 66 Better has 46 HP. The HP burn does not matter here. And we're seeing these decks starting to get worked through. And are we going to see a fatigue finale? It's starting to feel like we might.
Yeah, I think we could guarantee that this is going to happen. Oh, phony war.
With that phony war, Henry might just guarantee that the fatigue is in their favor, goes for the compromise, and I mean, 66 Better's deck is definitely a lot thinner. Overdraws a Bomber Mafia, a big card.
Oh wow, and
Doesn't
he
even
shut
go for
down
the
2 of
nukes.
those 121st. Both got killed without getting the outrage out of it.
We've seen
Insane.
there's a lot of units with powerful destruction effects. We've got 121st, we've got, Tagasaki, which has been utilized a little bit, and then we have P51. 121st and P51 have not been living up to their potential because they've just not been dying at good times. There's never been a good opportunity for them to get killed. And it shows you the difference between powerful destruction effects and powerful deployment effects. Glamour Boys have done so much work in in the tournament today, and these destruction effect units have just struggled to keep up. But we do see some considerable damage being put into Henry's HQ, down to a mere 29.
So much stuff left here for Henry. At double nukes, there comes the first of the 2.
There's the board. Goes for the P51. You may just start to see Glamour Boys coming out. Do we see the War Bonds? Was the War Bonds held back? Gonna hold on to it. You do have to play the War Bonds at some point if you want to blitz that Super Fortress. It costs 16 credits to do so.
There comes the high altitude, and we might actually see a P51 attacking.
That is truly remarkable. And then
6 better can go for nukes themselves now.
goes for the nukes. Drops one straight away. Like I say, you have to play this War Bonds at some point or find like a War Machine, because you're gonna have to ramp at least one if you ever want to use this Super Fort. Now we see Henry developing their own board, going for the compromise. What are we overdrawing here? MI5, not what you want in hand. Engineers, a really good card here. Devil's Brigade gone as well. Engineers would have given 66 Better a little bit of extra HP, an extra unit on the board, which isn't great, but then also ramped up this one slot that they need for the Super Fort. And if we can take a look at deck sizes in a moment, I think we'll see 66 Betters is a lot smaller.
Yeah, it might be 4 cards, I guess. But I also have a 23 health HQ lead here.
They do, but
But we
one
just
thing
saw
has been
how
shown
little
today,
this is worth, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
6
6
cards to
cards.
12.
Oh, that's a lot. Second nuke coming down here from 6/6 Better.
Strat Bomb, an okay-ish card to get rid of because it will be effective credit slot wise. However, able to get the retribution here for Henry's. Henry doing work with it. Says, you know what? If you kill this, I just get another copy.
Like a 2-credit rescue mission.
Gets sent back to hand. Air defense could be a real problem. If we see a Super Fort get eaten by an air defense, not where you want to see a B-29 end up. Right in the eyesights of fellow American anti-air.
Henry continues shipping away.
Balancing these life totals. Production order is a great find.
Yeah, it helps 6/6 Better to remove the B-24D of Henry.
However, with the nuke available in hand and a Hellcat, which is hidden from 66 Better, will be short for this world. At least it will not cost many credits to use it. There's a chance he goes face.
Yeah,
Goes for the clear.
I don't see how 6/6 Better wins this. Looking at both players' hands.
Yeah, I think this is at Henry 3-2. There's fatigue on Henry's side. There's hand advantage on Henry's side, and there's the quality of cards is also on Henry's side.
Absolutely is, yeah. And now Henry also found a way to get more retributions in hand. Increasing the value of the hand even more without drawing cards.
Oh no, P51B, it's just going to draw you more cards.
And there comes the nuke.
There comes the nuke, gets rid of the Jasco, draw some extra cards here, and now the face damage is really coming on. We see
And that's the final
has
card?
reached fatigue. Final card is an albacore. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sources of card draw in hand and 3 units. Scoops up the game. Henry takes a 3-2 lead, wins the OCC. They were so decisive today. This France meta read has worked out so well for them. I know people often don't like watching these mill matchups, but it should be a short-lived thing as Henry just dominates the tournament, and I think we'll see people countering this in the next OCC.
I actually think these games were a lot more interesting to watch as well when it came to, Mill could sometimes be a real slog. And I thought that these players were maybe playing a little bit more quickly, a little bit more decisively, but they were a lot more enjoyable than some of the Mill matches I've seen in the past.
I
Mark,
think that
yep,
the
go
lack
ahead.
of resistance makes it slightly more enjoyable. I think it makes it slightly better because the issue of resistance was you had player A thinking about what they should do, and then they'd play their resistant cards, and then player B would have to figure out what they're going to do with these resistance cards and how they're going to use their credits, whether they're going to spend them getting rid of the resistance cards, whether they're going to focus on board. So it's been taken from 2 players struggling with resistance cards to now 1 player struggling with resistance cards. So it's half the pain.
That is completely fair. We talked about how good Henry was looking coming into this finals. Spooz, you talked a little bit before about how you'd want to try and push through that or find a way to exploit some sort of gap if you're 66 better. I mean, this did turn into best of 5 that went all 5 games. Do you think 66 better had an opportunity there somewhere to maybe pull this out, or do you think at the end of the day, the way the lineups matched up, it probably looked like it was Henry's game no matter what?
I mean, they did put up a good fight here, and they definitely were in this match. But in the end, as we just predicted, it came down to this ramp deck not having a chance. It looked like against Mill, and they just couldn't bring enough bodies on board that Henry could not remove, and it just was really hard to watch. And their hand, out of 9 cards, they had 6 cards that would give them draw, and the MI5 was completely useless. Like, this was even worse than Convoy because it was also just deny your opponents milling themselves. You would give them a card back while you draw a card. So I don't know. It was really an uphill battle there for 6-6 better, and I think they did their best. They won 2 games, but in the end, couldn't win with this ramp deck.
Absolutely had an awesome tournament. Let's bring up the bracket and show you exactly the path both players took here for Henry to be crowned as the winner of the August OCC. You see Henry not losing a match up until the finals, defeating Tang, who finished first on the ladder 2-0, defeating Morphling 2-0, and then defeating 66 Better 3-2. 66 Better had a hard-fought semifinals against Nuff and defeated No in 5, another huge, maybe not quite an upset because 66 Better did come second on the ladder last season, but still quite the defeat, taking out Noen 2-0, Noen who had won the July OCC. But there you have it. Henry taking home 750 big old dollars for first place. So a big win there. Congratulations to Henry. As we look forward to our next OCC, Bubbles, I'll start with you. I'm curious, you were talking about how you don't think Mill is here to stay. You think it was like, hey, this is going to counter the meta. But what chances do we have of seeing players go, wait a second, that worked really well. Let me take that forward.
Well, when we think about how well it worked today, we have to think about what it was playing against. And a significant amount of what it was working against was slow decks like Ramp. When we saw it get put to the test against sort of more aggressive and tempo decks, it struggled against Jagro. We could have seen 66 Better win that if it wasn't for the unfortunate discard of his expansion, but it was a very winnable match, and then 66 Better was able to get a really good opening and win on the flip side. And then this Germany USA deck just trouted it. It just went straight through it. It was like a knife through butter. It just ate this deck alive. So I think what we're going to see is less reliance on having multiple ramp decks in the tournament and maybe a little bit better, balance in the decks we bring. So we might have people doing a 1-1-1 where you bring sort of 1 aggro, 1 mid-range, 1 ramp, and then that doesn't screw you over if someone has 3 counters to your deck. So I think I think it's very easy to beat France Mill if you know that it's going to be there, or if you're expecting it as a possibility. And there's a lot of things you can do against it, and I do think we saw that today. I think we saw these decks do well against it, and these decks is, it's not like Jagro or German USA are bad decks against other decks. You can bring these comfortably, and be fine against other decks and not be vulnerable to this sort of France Mill thing.
Do you agree with that, Spooz, that it's more likely to maybe shake up the meta where people revisit their how they've built their lineups versus just saying like, okay, either Mill is good or I hate it and I'm going to tech completely against it? You're going to get more of that like balance in your lineup.
I think I have to fully agree with Bubbles there. I think what we might expect there is less ramp in next OCC, maybe, and maybe players go a little bit, more on the aggressive side or more mid-rangey, like this, as Bubbles said, the German US mid-range deck, or even frontline, I think is good against this mill deck. Anything that plays medium size units on board and 1, 2, 3, 4 of them on board, this deck really struggles to remove them. I mean, this Brit mill deck maybe has options with carpet bombing, but stuff like this USA deck hasn't a lot of AoE. It doesn't have a lot of guards, so this really struggles against mid-range decks or fast decks, as we just saw in the Jagro matchup there. So I think maybe players go a little bit more on this side, but it's never a bad idea to have maybe what we just saw. I think 6-6 Better had a really good mixed lineup, right? It has an aggressive deck, it has a mid-range deck, and a ramp deck. But in the finals, it doesn't help you. There are no bans, and you have to get your ramp decks through. Didn't work out today, so players have to maybe find a way to find better ways to also answer a mill. As we just saw today with ramp, you can't get that far with it.
And we're going to find out how that plays out in the September OCC. Thank you, Bubbles. Thank you, Spooz, doing a phenomenal job. Thanatron and Cornguy, of course. Cornguy wiped those tears away. 66 Better will be back, I am sure. Huge congratulations to Henry for winning, and thank you to each and every one of you for tuning in and checking out the August OCC. We'll see you next month.
3, 2, 1.